organize people, the power to stand up against inequity, the power to demand change, the power to shape our future. And so, Hip Hop Caucus was born. What began as a hip-hop political coalition in 2004 has grown into an organization fighting tirelessly for climate, racial, and economic justice. For 2 decades, we have stood on the front lines, challenging systems of oppression, advocating for those whose voices are too often silenced, and pushing for the change we all deserve. In the face of adversity, we have inched closer to a fossil-free future, standing with communities to stop pipelines across the country, like the Keystone XL, Dakota Access, and Byhalia pipelines, and honoring lives lost during climate catastrophes like Hurricane Katrina. In the era of misinformation, we have activated artists and returning citizens who needed the facts about their rights as a citizen and motivation to show up. We've fought for racial justice through the intersectional lens of climate justice, working to stop Cop City in Atlanta, ensuring clean water for it, and stopping the expansion of the petrochemical industry in the predominantly Black Cancer Alley. Demanded economic justice because we all should have the opportunity to prosper and thrive. We are envisioning a world where banks divest from fossil fuels and mass incarceration and invest in our communities and clean infrastructure.
This isn't just a celebration of the past. It's a commitment to the future, our future, and future generations. We aren't just dreaming of a better world, we're creating it. Thank you for standing with us, for believing in the power of justice, and for being a part of our journey. All power to the people.
20 years? Whoa.
I'm wishing a very happy and powerful 20th anniversary to the Hip Hop Caucus.
Your work on environmental justice, your work on climate change is historic.
20 years of doing amazing work fighting for our communities. Here's to 20 more.
20 years ago, we came together with a dream of a world where everyone, regardless of race, background, or economic status, could live and breathe freely. We believed in the power of organized people, the power to stand up against inequity, the power to demand change, the power to shape our future. And so, Hip Hop Caucus was born. What began as a hip-hop political coalition in 2004 has grown into an organization fighting tirelessly for climate, racial, and economic justice. For 2 decades, we have stood on the front lines, challenging systems of oppression, advocating for those whose voices are too often silenced, and pushing for the change we all deserve. In the face of adversity, we have inched closer to a fossil-free future, standing with communities to stop pipelines across the country, like the Keystone XL, Dakota Access, and Byhalia pipelines, and honoring lives lost during climate catastrophes like Hurricane Katrina. In the era of misinformation, we have activated artists and returning citizens who needed the facts about their rights as a citizen and motivation to show up to the polls. We've fought for racial justice through the intersectional lens of climate justice, working to stop Cop City in Atlanta, ensuring clean water for Flint, and stopping the expansion of the petrochemical industry in the predominantly Black Cancer Alley. We've demanded economic justice because we all should have the opportunity to prosper and thrive. We are envisioning a world where banks divest from fossil fuels and mass incarceration and invest in our communities and clean infrastructure.
This isn't just a celebration of the past. It's a commitment to the future, our future, and future generations. We aren't just dreaming of a better world, we're creating it. Thank you for standing with us, for believing in the power of justice, and for being a part of our journey. All power to the people.
20 years? Whoa.
I'm wishing a very happy and powerful 20th anniversary to the Hip Hop Caucus.
Your work on environmental justice, your work on climate change is historic.
20 years of doing amazing work fighting for our communities. Here's to 20 more.
20 years ago, we came together with a dream of a world where everyone, regardless of race, background, or economic status, could live and breathe freely. We believed in the power of organized people, the power to stand up against inequity, the power to demand change, the power to shape our future. And so, Hip Hop Caucus was born. What began as a hip-hop political coalition in 2004 has grown into an organization fighting tirelessly for climate, racial, and economic justice. For 2 decades, we have stood on the front lines, challenging systems of oppression in silence and pushing for the change we all deserve. In the face of adversity, we have inched closer to a fossil-free future, standing with communities to stop pipelines across the country, like the Keystone XL, Dakota Access, and Byhalia pipelines, and honoring lives lost during climate catastrophes like Hurricane Katrina. In the era of misinformation, we have activated artists and returning citizens who needed the facts about their rights as a citizen and motivation to show up to the polls. We've fought for racial justice through the intersectional lens of climate justice, working to stop Cop City in Atlanta, ensuring clean water for Flint, and stopping the expansion of the petrochemical industry in the predominantly Black Cancer Alley. We've demanded economic justice because we all should have the opportunity to prosper and thrive. We are envisioning a world where banks divest from fossil fuels and mass incarceration and invest in our communities and clean infrastructure.
This isn't just a celebration of the past. It's a commitment to the future, our future, and future generations. We aren't just dreaming of a better world. We're creating it. Thank you for standing with us, for believing in the power of justice, and for being a part of our journey. All power to the people. Welcome to the We Shall Breathe National Summit and Underwater Project's Green Carpet Premiere. I'm Rev Yearwood, the founder and CEO of Hip Hop Caucus. And I'm so excited and honored to join you all from New York tonight as we kick off a phenomenal climate week. Hip Hop Caucus is celebrating 20 years of fighting for climate justice around the world, making sure that our people, Black, brown, and indigenous people can breathe clean air and drink clean water. This year's theme is inspired by the incredible organizing we've seen in the U.S. South, particularly in Louisiana and Texas, on stopping the expansion of the deadly petrochemical industry and connecting it to advocacy in the global South against fossil fuels and plastics. So in the words of our good brother, Andre 3K, the South got something to say. Tonight, we will amplify the lived experiences and innovative solutions of our movement and foster a global dialogue that promotes solidarity and collective action toward international liberation and equity. We will highlight the interconnected quest for climate justice, economic justice, and voting rights through the perspectives of Black, brown, and indigenous communities here in the United States and around the world. Throughout the summit, we will share how to get involved with Hip Hop Caucus. But the 2 things you can do right now is use #WeShallBreathe to let us know where you're watching from. Reshare this live event and share it with 5 people. We hope you enjoyed this summit, and we look forward to having you involved in the fight for climate justice for future generations. All power to the people.
Apatu Washte. My name is Yanaja Lone Wolf. I am a proud Ogallala Lakota Native American and Black woman. My mother, Maina Juanetta Lone Wolf Wakia Luthawi, Red Thunder Woman, is from the Pine Ridge Reservation. My father, Black, from Brooklyn, New York. I am so honored to be a part of this. I want to thank the Hip Hop Caucus for organizing this. As an Indigenous woman here on this beautiful, beautiful land, the Turtle Island, it's important that we acknowledge the first Indigenous people that are here, that was here, and that are still here. From Turtle Island, from from North America, South America, Canada, and including the Caribbean. It's also very important for us not to just say and acknowledge the Native Americans that are still here, but also the land that we are on. And not just only acknowledge, but also respect, honor, and fight for this Unchi Maka, this Mother Earth. It's important that we fight for our clean waters. It's important that we fight for our clean air. It's important that we fight for our clean land here that we're here while we are here. And it's also very important that we fight for the rights of Indigenous people that are still being imprisoned, still being trafficked, still being murdered, still being treated like we are not here. We are still being treated like we are just terrorists here on our own land. It's important that we acknowledge, but also fight for Indigenous people here from North America, South America, and the entire Caribbean. So that is my land acknowledgement, but it goes much further. We have a huge responsibility to fight for the original inhabitants of this land. Matakiasi, Doksha, we're all related. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to our panel. We miss Gumbo Weather, the fight for the U.S. South and Global South. I'm Jasmine Gill, the Associate Senior Director. I lead our environmental justice work at the Hip Hop Caucus through our Think 100% program, and I will be moderating our discussion today. This panel is a part of our annual We Shall Breathe Summit during New York Climate Week, and we're here to explore the intersectional impacts of climate change on marginalized communities across the U.S. South and Global South, and highlighting it through personal stories and policy needs. At the Hip Hop Caucus, we understand that nobody tells your story better than you. And it's the theme of this panel. It's the theme of why we're doing this work. And so it's where we're going to start our discussion with our esteemed panelists, who I would let introduce themselves. Leah, would you like to start us off?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. My name is Leah Thomas. I'm an environmental justice educator, content creator, and author. I founded an organization called Intersectional Environmentalist, which provides resources on the intersection of climate and culture.
Thank you so much, Leah. Naranjali, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Niranjali Amarasinghe, and I am the Executive Director of ActionAid USA. I was born and raised in Sri Lanka, and I've been living in the US for about 15 years now. At ActionAid, there's a range of work that we do with communities in the Global South in particular around climate justice and trying to understand what are the structural elements that keep people in inequality and in poverty and unable to deal with climate shocks. And then how do we change these huge, big systems to try to ensure that people can get the justice that they need.
Thank you so much. Important work, and the reason why we're all here today, and I'm happy that people will get a chance to get to know you both. But first, starting us off, I like to bring these discussions as a way for us to take a step back first and bring it down to earth and speak on the real that's really happening on our everyday lives. So much of this work in the environmental justice space revolves around numbers, statistics, and science, and so much complex terminology. But what's more connecting and powerful is what we see every day, what we feel every day, the experiences that we have. I'm wondering if both of you could really speak to the climate impacts that you're seeing in your communities, whether it's the U.S. South or Global South, and the experiences that are felt rather than what's read about, and even what's less obvious and less talked about as far as the effects of climate.
So I was born in St. Louis, Missouri, which is like getting close to the South. It's Southern adjacent. And I think with my family, when I started studying environmental science and talking about sustainability, I guess, oh, wow, more than 10 years ago, initially they just thought, oh, okay, that's that thing that Leah's doing. But recently, my family will just talk to me mostly about weather changes that are happening. The summers are getting hotter. It's raining when it's not supposed to. It's raining a lot more intensely, and all those sorts of things. So I think them being able to experience an increase in heat or experience that increase in rainfall has definitely got them a lot more interested in talking about environmentalism. Then there's other things that I think, so for example, I would always drive over this highway when I was young. And as we've gotten older, and my mom also works in the Ferguson Florissant School District where I grew up, they started to investigate that smell a little bit more, and they started to uncover so much of, the landfill. And they did an even deeper investigation. And a couple years ago, they found out that there was like radioactive waste in a waterway that unfortunately some of the students were experiencing, and they had to evacuate a school. So there's situations like that where I'm seeing people kind of investigate that neighborhood lore that maybe initially was like, oh, that lake is a little weird, or there's this really odd smell over there. And people are starting to take action and investigate and learn about environmental justice a bit more.
Right. I'll go, and I'll focus this on some examples from communities that we are working with. And I want to preface this by sort of capturing three different situations when we talk about, particularly in climate, the kinds of activities that are climate destroying. The first is the activity itself. So when we see fossil fuel extraction happening in communities, which tend to be more marginalized communities, there are a range of impacts that we see in the community itself. In the Niger Delta, currently, there are communities that we are working with who have experienced, because of the oil drilling in their land, a loss of livelihood, because the environmental destruction or the impact of the drilling of the oil is that farmland is getting polluted or waterways are getting polluted. So they can no longer rely on the livelihoods that they have traditionally relied on. And even though the companies may have come in and the government was saying, we'll compensate you for using the land in this different way, many community members have not actually seen this compensation. So there's a promise and then it's never delivered. So that's just a snapshot, and there's a lot of impacts that can take place with people's health. You were talking about, Leah, right? Like the kind of pollution that people are dealing with, and then how it can make them sicker. We see this with communities who are in coal mining, for example. And so there are all these impacts that communities can face just from the activities themselves. Then there are the climate-related impacts of these activities that cause climate change. And you've mentioned a few of them, Leah, and what I want to add to this is that often what we find is that in addition to maybe the specific things that come along with climate, like the changes in rainfall and weather patterns, rising sea levels, things like that, what often happens is those impacts act as threat amplifiers. So if a community is already marginalized and vulnerable because they're poor or there's inequality in a given place, it means that when a shock happens, when the rainfall doesn't come, or so much rain comes that now the farms are flooded, or they've lost land because of saltwater intrusion and ground wells are now contaminated, so there's no potable water. People poor and people who are marginalized don't have a safety net. They end up selling whatever land they have in order to be able to deal with the shock. Sometimes we'll see children getting pulled out of schools. We've seen this happen in Bangladesh, where girls in particular are taken away and given away in marriage at very young ages in order for the family to deal with the shock, because there are just no other alternatives. And finally, the third thing I want to mention is kind of a macro level piece. It goes beyond community, but I do want to highlight that for countries that are poor, so just kind of looking at the global politics of this and the global economy piece, for countries that are lower income, when climate shocks happen, they don't have the public money to be able to deal with it. What ends up happening is there's not enough grant money to come in to deal with the shock, so they end up borrowing money. They incur debt in dollars, which are very difficult to pay back. To pay it back, they have to invest in activities that are lucrative for markets in the US, in Europe, etc. They tend to be fossil fuel extraction, growing commodities that will often lead to clear-cutting forests and monoculture farming, which is also not good for the environment. And then that exacerbates the climate crisis. Then there's more climate shock, more vulnerable countries get more impacts, they have to borrow more debt. So there's this vicious cycle that takes place because of the structural inequality in the system itself, that then kind of compounds when you look at communities within those countries who are also marginalized within their geographies.
Exactly, Naranjali. And to what you said too, Leah, growing up in, South Carolina, being born and raised here, I've noticed myself some of those changes, whether that be in the weather, whether that be in land not being where it used to be, open green space anymore, down to doing work in the South and working with communities that see, feel, and smell some of the impacts that are happening when they're near fossil fuel facilities. Seeing their neighbors get sick when they live near these areas. And then to your point, Naranjali, around how it just becomes a constant loop, right? When we look at places like Texas, for example, how fossil fuel industry is heavily integrated into even the education system. And then there's this constant narrative around how there's a economic dependability on these, but then the amount of impact that it has, the amount of lives that climate change in these industries take does not equate at all to the economic benefits that are being put into these communities, which shifts us to a great part of the conversation, which is around solutions. We all know policy is the biggest stage for that shift that we need to see. And last month, the U.S. actually announced a significant shift in its approach to global plastic production, as an example, to support the limits on plastic production. And we know the industry creates these products that are killing our resources and our people, one facility at a time. I'd love to hear from you both on how either this policy shift in particular plays a direct correlation into your work in the communities that you're serving, or if there are other policy developments similar to this that will help move the needle, or in other words, just some urgent policy changes that you feel that are necessary for the U.S. South and the global South. Naranjali, I'll hand it off to you first.
Sure, thank you. So I'll just respond very quickly to the point about the work on plastics, which has been a really, really good development, because it's getting at the fossil fuel economy piece of it, right? It's trying to break down the industries that have this dependability on fossil fuels, and especially trying to regulate it and find alternatives for it. What I'll say in terms of policies, I do want to zoom out just a little bit, because when we talk about policy work, there is an extent to which it's unfair to expect communities to bear the brunt of the solutions, right? The communities that we work with have a lot of solutions, but the funding for it and the actual structural shifts that are needed to make those solutions real sit in halls of power and with elites that are just not necessarily willing to play ball. And we try to talk about this in terms of both historical responsibility and capacity to act. So as you can imagine, the U.S. is the world's largest historical contributor. If you go back from 1850, even in 1950, the U.S. is the largest contributor, and the U.S. has the resources to be able to help both communities within the U.S. and communities in the developing world to mitigate as well as to adapt to climate change, and also pay for the losses and damages that people have already faced because of climate impacts. Europe is in a similar boat. So it's important, I think, to remember that when we talk about policies, we need those who are most responsible to do the most, both in terms of the shifts that they are willing to enact in their geographies and then what they're willing to support in other parts of the world. So one of the big asks we have of the US government is climate finance, right? But US, Europe, put climate finance on the table and put grant-based climate finance on the table so that you're also not forcing communities in the global south to deal with the burdens of debt. That's one overall thing I'll say. The second is, I think we also need to rethink the relationship with the private sector. Because when I think of the communities that we work with and some of the solutions that they have put forward, like agroecological models for farming that are less emissions intensive, there's better crop diversity, it's local, it's closer to, you can grow food for your vicinity, and then you're reducing transportation related emissions and so on. It's often what happens is if someone buys into it, it's like, oh, let's get a big company to come in and aggregate all of it. And I think we really need governments and policymakers to rethink that notion that scale means we need a big company to do this thing across multiple countries. We actually need to invest in the informal sector, right? The informal private sector, and strengthen that sort of the community cooperatives, women's networks that are banding together to try to bring solutions to decision makers, and find out from them what are the supports, what are the safety nets, what are the incentives that they need to make these things happen in their communities. So we can go into more specific policies if you want later, but I wanted to kind of highlight those structural pieces, because without those shifts, it actually is very difficult to do things that are responsive to communities.
Thank you, Niranjali. Leah, how are you thinking about solutions and policy needs in order to move this work?
Yeah, that was such a fantastic answer. So I don't have too much to add, but I think speaking to the work that Intersectional Environmentalist is doing, in the last year, we've kind of transitioned to position ourselves as movement connectors and get people directly connected to grassroots environmental justice organizations within their communities. Because I think just talking about federal and global policy, it's so important, but can be really overwhelming for the everyday person who's just starting out on their journey. So we try to reposition it to let people know, like, there are people in your community, there are organizations in your community that might just be made up of two people, but might have a lot of answers to the questions that are being raised. So for example, in St. Louis or in Florissant, the town where the toxic waste was occurring, when the town found out about that, there was this really serious sense of overwhelm and panic, because this is the same community that was impacted by the Ferguson uprisings. This is the same community that was already known to be impacted by increased, asthma and respiratory illnesses because of air pollution. And then for environmental folks to come in and say, okay, the water is also contaminated and has been for decades and may have possibly led to an increase of cancer. Like, that's devastating news. But being able to tell people, but okay, I know this is so horrendous, this is awful, but there are people who have been working on this for decades, and if you can get connected with them and if we can get them resources and funding, then this is a problem that we can tackle. So I think one way to increase climate optimism, again, is to show them there are organizations that are doing this work, to remind them of this kind of environmental justice renaissance that we're having in the United States, with over $100 billion specifically for environmental justice, the Environmental Justice Council, etc. So reminding people of the momentum that's been happening, the environmental justice activists of past and present, and then pointing people to the organizations in their community. And shameless plug, there are over 500 organizations in the IE database. So if someone's curious about their local environmental equity focused organization, they can check that out.
Thank you, Leah. Like I said earlier, I was born and raised in South Carolina, and I have great pride in how the people of the South have continued to just show up and show out. constantly we see communities having to become experts, having to become the scientists, having to know the terminology, in the words that you said earlier, Naranjali, which is like it shouldn't be on these communities, but then they're the ones stepping up to bring the solutions and to be at the table to move this work forward. How do you all feel that the South is uniquely set to lead this fight, to continue to do this work? And what about the US South and Global South gives you hope in the fight?
That's a great question. It's kind of like a double-edged sword because even with elections and speaking about Black women specifically in the South and how there's kind of this sentiment of like Black women will save the day, whether it's Georgia or, different ways that Black women are voting. So in some ways that does feel incredibly empowering to hear. And then on the other hand, like you said, there's kind of this tension that I hold within my heart of like, well, yes, we are strong. Yes, we do have the solutions. Yes, we can save the day. But that starts to feel incredibly unfair when organizations that I care for, but the big greens of the world are receiving hundreds millions of dollars every year. Justifications, while that's increasing, are receiving, pennies in comparison, sometimes like 2% of philanthropy in the United States. Environmental philanthropy is specifically going to BIPOC-led environmental justice orgs. So again, I can hold those two truths at the same time. I feel very equipped to tackle these issues because Black women and people of color in the South for decades and decades have transformed elections and policy and things like that. And on the other hand, just understanding that they also need support, incredible amounts of support, and larger big green organizations can definitely lend some of that support.
Thank you for that, Leah. I firmly believe that the people who are affected by something both have a good sense of what needs to be part of the solution, right? And also, where there might be gaps in knowledge, for example, they are critical to the durability of whatever solution you put forward. So it is possible that, especially with issues like big environmental issues that maybe go beyond a particular community itself, but it's like a water basin issue or it's a climate system issue, that you need to connect. You need to connect up with scientists and experts and the local and traditional knowledge that either local communities or indigenous peoples have. But unless you are working actively with local people, whatever solution you put forward is not something that will likely work. Because I think to your point, Leah, it's like you can come in with an environmental solution for something that will not work at all in the social community, in the social context that people are working. Or there's a ton of money for the environmental piece of things, but there's all underlying social issues that have kept people marginalized. And unless you deal with that in tandem, you're not actually going to see lasting results. It speaks to the kind of intersectional work that you are doing. And that is something that we have seen in working with local partners, and why at ActionAid we do try so hard to embed within community and work with community partners and ensure they're resourced. Because otherwise you have a nice project that will work for 5 years, and then when people leave, there's no uptake in the community. And I mean, I draw my hope and optimism from seeing examples of true partnership between communities and nonprofits that might be operating in the area, local government, national government. When it works, it's really inspiring. One of the first things I got to do when I started 5 years ago at ActionAid was actually to go and meet with some women leaders who were working in Tanzania and Nigeria. And they were kind of running women's networks of farmers. And the way that they had worked to like in some cases, learn how to read budgets, and then identify solutions and bring them to their local and national decision makers. I mean, it's so incredible. And the fact that those decision makers, to their credit, were prepared to create space for that and then actually sort of shift some power, because that's it, you have to have that shift where they are willing to provide money in order for some of the things that people are asking for to happen. And it has to be on their terms and not whatever terms the international community or the government thinks it needs to be. And I gain hope from those examples of communities in the global South that I have had the privilege of meeting and or hearing about through our networks, that they have the solutions, and there are also these glimmers of hope, right, where people are actually willing to listen and make something happen. And I think my plea really to national and international activists is to do more of that, right? Like put more local activists and local community members at the forefront, amplify what they're talking about, amplify the solutions that communities are asking for, and find that bridging space, because I think that in that ecosystem, that is where we can really find solutions that will help people and will also help our planet.
That is so true, Naranjali. At the Hip Hop Caucus, we really, really are heavily invested into community being at the center of everything we do. And hip hop in itself, at the Hip Hop Caucus, the name of our organization, right, heavily relies on culture. It's more than just going into a community. It's about understanding how that community works, how they communicate with one another, how they get invested in the work, and what they see as being as necessary needs, what they see as being a part of the solution is heavily a part of the work that we do. So I really resonate with what you just said on that piece. And then just want to encourage everyone to do that work, to not only put people at the front and center who I always like to call the folks that look good on paper, right? Who know how to say the right terms, who know how to say the right statistics. It's about people who really are at the heart of the work, especially those who have the most impactful stories to tell. Because as we started off this conversation, it's about the story. It's about what is really happening on the ground, and less about the politics of it all and making it sound good and making it look aesthetically pleasing. It's about really showing the community in its genesis and in its origin and in its real culture. So as we wrap up this conversation, I love if each of our panelists can share just a final thought. If there was one thing that you would want the audience to do right now to further this fight, what would it be?
It's a great question. And I know I've said this a lot, but I think it's so important to find your local environmental justice organization. And I think a lot of people will also just be really pleasantly surprised to understand the work that's happening in their communities. So I'd encourage people to get connected and then support in any way that you can, whether that's financially, sharing on social media also does a lot. I wish something that people would do is I wish they would tell you if they clicked the link that you posted in your stories, or tell you oh, I didn't know this was going on, but you shared it. And I feel like we should also do that. So if your friend shares something about environmentalism or a social cause, respond to them, let them know that you see what they're sharing, click the link, educate yourself. And then other than that, I would say, I don't want to give too many. I know it was a final point, so I'll just say that again. Find your local environmental justice org, because they're probably doing really cool stuff.
Yeah, 100%. What you said. What can I add? I think in the sort of climate anxiety, environmental grief, these are real things that people are grappling with, and it can often lead to us giving up and wanting to disengage. And I often have to remind myself politics is personal, right? we backing away and not doing something about the things that are affecting us in our local community or in our country, or the injustice we see in the wider world, kind of gives power to the people who don't care about those things. And so I would echo that encouragement, right, to get involved in whatever small way that you can, because there is so much power in that we can build with communities both across the US and globally. Because of the work that I do, I have more of a vantage point to see the kind of international dimensions of things. And it is so incredibly powerful to see communities from the US connecting with communities from Zambia, connecting with communities from Brazil. The fights are often very similar, right? The struggles the specifics are different, but the kind of the thrust of it, the marginalization, the inequality, the structural issues, there's a lot of similarities there. And just seeing people kind of come together and stand in solidarity with one another is something that always gives me hope. So yeah, I would say in whatever way you can, connect, right? Talk about these issues, because they're not going to go away if we don't take steps and get active.
Retweet all of that. Thank you all so much for this powerful discussion. Remember that the fight for climate justice is still ongoing, as both of our panelists already said, and each of us has a role to play. Please enjoy the remainder of the We Shall Breathe Summit programming. And if there was one call to action that I would have for you, is to stay on for our Underwater Projects film. We are enhancing this work by opening it up to community screenings, and you can sign up to have your community do a screening of our Underwater Projects film. It tells a powerful story of this fight that we've talked about today, how to speak on the fight, but also how to move forward in the fight. And so if you're looking for any way to look to an example, to learn from an example, that will be it. In addition to what these panelists are doing, check us out, follow us, do all the things to get involved. And thank you so much again. I hope you enjoyed it.
Guys, I be the one them call A.Y. Young, founder of the Battery Tour and one of the 17 United Nations Young Leaders of the world. Our communities suffer from extreme weather, pollution, civil unrest, and the loss of lives and livelihood. Guys, the We Shall Breathe Summit, it's here to identify the key issues and solutions most important to how we survive and thrive. Petrochemicals are used in literally everything we touch and use, guys. The oil industry is using them as its last lifeline, knowing that we're moving to a world without fossil fuels. We need transition from fossil fuels to 100% clean energy.
They talking to you, girl. All right, you ready for 2030?
2030.
Everybody wanna know how I get my goals. Everybody wanna know how to get my goals. See, I'm a fighter, never quit, run away. The goals. No, you. Oh, yeah, you. Now I'm influencing you, just like George Floyd. Don't you know? You say you care about the woman. No, oh no, you don't. Do you really care about us? You ignored all my worry. You say you care about the kids, so I want you to know. Show me, to show me. goals that talk about 17 things to achieve. Everybody in the world, human beings. Tick-tock, 2030. What you know about the goals that talk about? What you know about the 17 things that everybody needs to achieve? When I was growing up, used to be pension. Now I'm making money from a vision. And all I do is flip it, throw it out and feed to the fishes. Now they want a partner for the mission. You only get one life, who am I to tell you how to live it? Legend on the earth, power change with a passion. I'm pulling up to hit you with the pippin'. If you can't take the heat, then get out the kitchen. Everybody wanna know how I get my Everybody wanna know how I think I'm about to never quit. From the race until the end. See, that's how it goes. Yeah, man, that's how it goes. Yeah, that's how it should go. See, I'm about to never quit. From the race until the end. See, that's how it goes.
Hello, my name is Stefan Coward. I am the Director of Economic Justice here for the Hip Hop Caucus, and I lead a campaign called Bank Black and Green. And the purpose of that is to be able to pull impact investors to shift the flow of capital to Black banks who say that they're not going to finance the fossil fuel industry or mass incarceration. And when they're capitalized, making sure that we redeploy that capital into the frontline communities, right? And so I couldn't think of a better person to talk to than you, like in the work that you're doing. And so my question that I did have for you, like, could you tell everybody about yourself, just a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for having me. I appreciate those kind words. My name is Stephen Brown, and I currently am the Chief Network Officer of the Coalition for Green Capital. Now, the Coalition for Green Capital is now considered the nation's first national green bank. And what that means is that we have been seeded through funding out of the IRA to begin deploying capital in a way that invests in clean energy projects that could be anywhere from power generation, like solar and wind, battery storage, to EV car loans and charging stations, or to decarbonizing buildings, right? So homes, houses of worship, small businesses, large industries, being able to decarbonize them with any number of measures that could be anything from heat pumps to insulation to even storm resistant windows and doors for folks of us who live down along the Gulf and have to deal with extreme weather events on a pretty routine basis. And so our work is actually structured in a way to bring about lasting, impactful change as it relates to climate and the relation between access to capital and capital affordability and resiliency and one's ability to withstand the storms, so to speak. So that's one part of it. And the second part of it, Stefan, is that we see this green economy as an opportunity to create wealth in communities, to create generational wealth for families, to create jobs. I believe that we project that between now and 2030, we would have created 175,000 jobs, new jobs, as a result of this work and the infusion of capital that's going to be hitting streets and communities, whether rural, urban, border, you name it. And then we also have, lastly, a floor of 50% of the resources that we deploy have to be in and benefit low income and disadvantaged communities. And so, again, that is a floor. But considering we received $5 billion to get started, at a minimum, 2.5 will be spent in a way or invested in a way that will benefit LIDACs or low income disadvantaged communities.
I've been having some conversations with people, and we're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, and you're talking about that in the greenhouse gas reduction funding. What do you think people, especially Black and Brown communities, should know about the IRA and the greenhouse gas reduction funding? Like, are there things that you think that we should be knowing that we should share?
Yeah. So the a lot of the IRA provides incentives to do the right thing, right? And so there's a lot of tax benefits associated with the IRA, a lot of rebates associated with the IRA, and so understanding how it is structured to benefit low-income communities that provides additional rebates, additional tax benefits for projects that are located in certain parts of the country, either as an adder to the ITC or the investment tax credit, or rebates that you could achieve through your state once your state applies for different rebates for home improvements or what have you. And so that's one thing. That's important to know, that there's a way for you to acquire energy efficient, appliances in a way that is affordable. Right. That's the first thing. And the second thing is that, as it relates to the greenhouse gas reduction fund, it's important to understand that all of the recipients of the greenhouse gas reduction fund have a commitment to invest in low-income communities and to partner with low-income communities to empower low-income and disadvantaged communities. That is one of the brilliant ways that this whole thing was structured. Was that I think you know of Justice 40, and folks that are listening now probably are aware that Justice 40 is that there are different programs in the federal government that have to allow for 40% of the benefits to be attributed in low-income disadvantaged communities. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund saw the J40 and said, "I'll raise you 30 more." And so it is, in fact, a Justice 70 program, which is really phenomenal. To imagine that of the $27 billion that's in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, 70% of that is going to be invested in our communities is really amazing. And so it's up to us to take advantage of it. And, starting now with these types of opportunities to share with people, and really raise awareness and get folks asking questions, because, that's a lot of money, and that money is going to require a lot of people to do the work. A lot of businesses will be built in years to come, or now, and benefit years to come, that did not exist years ago, right? In order to meet the demand in this moment. And so, kind of similar to my story, where walking on faith gives you the ability to not know what the end point is, but know that you are being guided in a certain way. I think the same will be the case 5-10 years from now for a number of Black and Brown businesses that did not know that they were needed today, but if they walk in this faith and understand the opportunities that exist, they begin pulling their resources together, building teams, creating organizations, creating corporations to do the work, and years from now know that they were in the right place at the right time.
And that gives me my final question I have for you, because you landed it so perfectly. What does investing in, dream with me, right? Yeah. What does investing in the public health and safety of our communities look like to you?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there are tons of public health benefits to a cleaned up environment, right? And so by removing particulate matter, by removing NOx, by removing all those dangerous pollutions that are emitted every single day by the oil and gas industry, taking those off the stage will improve the public's health. And particularly knowing that, and you know this very well, Stefan, in our work together in a previous life, considering that the majority that Black and Brown people are disproportionately in close proximity to those emitting structures. And so we're already the fence line communities, where you find a predominance of cancer and asthma and other respiratory related issues as a result of the dependence on oil and gas to provide energy and other uses of it in our society. And so by eliminating that threat and replacing it with resources that are renewable, that get their energy from sources that we have every single day, whether it's the sun or the wind or what have you, being able to provide for some storage of those resources when the sun's not shining or the wind's not blowing, really does allow for us to be able to be in a position where that is that immediate impact. And so what does that mean for your home, for your community? Well, what that means is that investments in rooftop solar or community solar, right? A smaller solar microgrid of sorts that you can access if you don't have a suitable rooftop, but draw your power from that source. And even more, I would love for you to have some ownership in it as well. So even if you move, you still own you still have some equity stake in that asset, and for us to be thinking in those terms. But those are ways that you can see investment in communities and what that really looks like, and then making sure that the folks who are building those assets are folks from the community, right? So that's another way that you can realize those impacts from these investments.
I appreciate that. And I am so excited to be able to have this conversation with some incredible women who are doing incredible things in the community. And like having this conversation of talking about fighting for Black and green futures. Like I really want to see if we can dig into like have a discussion on what does it look like to strengthen our commitment against funding the fossil fuel industry and mass incarceration, and really what it looks like when we redeploy capital to frontline communities of color. And just for some context of what we are doing today, I sit in the department, our economic justice department, and it's named Justice Paid in Full. And so with Justice Paid in Full, we have a campaign called Bank Black and Green, which works with financial institutions, investors, philanthropic community to be able to change the financial system for good. And what we want to do is leverage green financing to build safe, climate resilient, sustainable communities. And I could not think of any better people to have this conversation than the ones that I am with today. So what I'd like to do is just do some quick introduction of me introducing you, and I'd love to dig in a little bit further. How does that sound?
Good. Sounds good.
All right. So we have Miss Rashonda Young. You are a principal at a Black-owned bank. You have founded Bank of Jabez, and you have been very committed and interested in this Bank Black and Green work. And we also have Kiana Meeks, who is an investor focusing on minority-led, early-stage climate tech investments. And so I want to dig in a little bit more about, can you share, and Kiana, let's start with you. Like, what led you to where you are today? Like, to be in this type of work that you're doing right now?
So I'm big on telling this part of the story. So I grew up in Texas and Louisiana. And the high school that I graduated in Louisiana from, I was the third generation of my family to graduate from that high school, but was the first generation to go with the school being fully integrated, just for some context. And so as you can imagine, after I graduated, I was like, I gotta leave. So that's how I got to the University of California, San Diego, and got my education in international business and Chinese studies. But circumstances that I grew up in were always resource restrictive. I had energy insecurity. So sometimes mom couldn't pay the light bill. I have a lot of memories of scraping the couch for extra change so we could go to Taco Bell for cheap, decent food. Shout out to Taco Bell, still today, the only fast food restaurant that has the extensive vegetarian menu. Okay, I'm down for Taco Bell to the end. It's been there for me. So I know what it means to grow up in the US in circumstances where your needs are not consistently being met, or there's a consistent and constant fear that you might go hungry or you might get evicted, et cetera, et cetera. So because of that upbringing, I was really concentrated on, why does economic inequality exist? Because I was from my kid brain, I was like, I'm doing the best I can in school, and I was doing really good, had like the 4.0, was in all the clubs, was the leader of this, the leader of that. So I was very involved. Like, I did everything I was supposed to do in the classroom and out of the classroom. So, kid brain was like, what's going on? And why is my life so hard, compared to my classmates? So the question of income inequality and economic injustice was always at the forefront of my conscious mind. And so going into college, I was really explicit about wanting to get the answer to that, and learned about impact investing in one of my classes. And really, it was like a footnote, I think, in a corporate social sustainability or responsibility class. It wasn't nearly as a hot topic as it is today. And I kind of just ran with it. I was like, oh my God, using private capital to invest in minority communities, or just, economically disadvantaged communities, period, I saw the potential that it could have to transform communities. Something, I think the picture, or the story rather, that like really connected that idea for me was the story of Tom Shoes, and hearing how that company was like, if you buy a shoe here in the US, we will give our shoes to some poor, desolate child in Africa. And then to learn about like the economic impacts of that business model, which were essentially that the cobblers and the shoemakers and the designers that were there, who would have been in business and would have had people coming to them for those shoes, their entire market was given free food, or free shoes rather. So it was that put an entire subset of that economy out of work. And I love to picture economy from the view of like sociology, or like an ecosystem. Everything is working in tandem together. And so when you have a force like that is very disruptive and doesn't neatly fold into that ecosystem, there are often large negative consequences to that. So I love the idea of being able to infuse money into a community, not by replacing business owners or replacing needs getting met, but by the infusion of capital. And I think something that's also really beautiful about private capital is the autonomy that it gives people. We see in experiments with UBI that's been done around the country and around the world that when it does happen, people are smart. People make smart choices with their money. Because especially when you put that money in the hands of women, they're going to make sure that their family is fed, that their children have the clothes that they need and whatnot. So when we can find intelligent ways, and we're not having to invent anything here. It's private investment and some UBI programs and other such things, but infusing capital into existing communities instead of that help business and entrepreneurship and economies function, or in giving people more autonomy to make choices within that ecosystem and within that economy. That's where a lot of our solutions lie and where a lot of power is. So I think impact investing just has a great opportunity to change the lives of not just of the entrepreneurs that get that money, but then what they're able to do in terms of providing jobs and other resources to the community. It really is, I think, a smart way to infuse capital into an ecosystem.
No, I appreciate that. And let me tell you, I was sweating them Tom shoes back in the day. I had to have me a red pair. I'm like, I thought, so I remember the Tom era. Rashada, what about you? Like, what led you to this point to where you are today?
Yeah, so just quickly, I am an entrepreneur. I've been for over half of my life now. And just found that access to capital was a big issue, not just for me, but for other people who look like me, including my biological dad, who was a business owner. And I'd worked for him for a little bit and just saw, even though he'd been in business for 20 some years, still having the same issues that a newbie would have. But also seeing that my white counterparts were not having those issues. And so I had friends who worked in a bank. And when I had friends who worked there, one as a VP, who then introduced me to a commercial loan officer, I was able to, do the deals that I was seeing my white male real estate investors also doing. When my friends leave the bank, after I've had a relationship with them, with this bank for 7 years, I call in and I've got new people that I'm dealing with. They're not responding to me, not phone calls, no emails. And then I finally do get a phone call back. It was March 30th of 2019, and was told that that bank that held all of my real estate assets, I was told that I was not wanted at that bank, and that if I did not move my accounts, that they would foreclose on me and take everything that I owned. And it was just a bunch of threats, but then they went further and started to do illegal things to try and make all of that a reality for me, which thankfully did not happen. I'm sitting in one of the houses right now that they were supposedly going to take from me, but it was a 16-month fight with them before a settlement was come to. And I was just like praying, I'm like, God, I'm so tired of these fights. What am I supposed to do? And I hear you're going to start a bank. I'm like, nope, that is not what I want to do. That is bigger than me. And I have never worked in a bank a day in my life. So what am I supposed to be doing? But, just trusting that, okay, if this is what I'm supposed to be doing, then this is what I'm going to do. And pretty much everything that I was given vision for is just been unfolding in ways that, I can hardly explain to people unless you are there for the journey. And Stefan, I know you have been there for part of this journey, but watching it unfold has just been incredible. But the thing that I do know about the whole economic system is if we don't have control of the money, then we are always at somebody else's mercy. And so what better way to control money and the access to capital that Black and Brown people need than to have a bank, and where you are actually controlling that capital. And then also tying in the CDFI, the Community Development Financial Institution, into the bank, because there are going to be some things that regulators simply are going to say, this is just too risky. We don't think that you should be investing in this, that, or the other thing, and give you bad marks for. So we tie in the CDFI so that we can make sure that we are still supporting our community, even for some of those projects that may look a little bit more high risk than what the bank may be able to take on, having the CDFI there to be able to absorb those projects as well, making sure we're given that access that we're looking for. Now, we're also very concerned about making sure people understand the environmental impact of the things that we do and the ways that we invest. And so we're partnering with a gentleman by the name of Jordan Weber. I don't know, you might know him, maybe not, but he is basically an artist activist. And he does these art projects around the country that highlight areas where you got Black communities and you have some environmental things that have been done that have negatively affected these communities. Well, he's actually from Iowa, Des Moines, a couple hours away. And he is going to be doing some artwork that highlights our attention to green, as well as our attention to making sure that we are being equitable in serving Black and Brown people. So that's what got me here.
I appreciate that. And for those who may not know, could you share a little bit of what is a CDFI, right? What does that mean?
Yeah, so Community Development Financial Institution is basically a financial entity that is not regulated by the FDIC or the OCC, the State Division of Banking. And so it gets money from the Treasury Department. Generally, you can also apply for grant funding. And then it's missional. The point of the CDFI is to develop the community development financial. So it is to support marginalized communities and invest in projects and people that are generally underrepresented.
I appreciate that. That's some great insight. And so it leads me to this next question that I have for you guys. So we're sitting here talking about fighting for Black and green futures. And so I was thinking about that phrase and I'm like, I'm curious about like when you hear that fighting for a black and green future, what comes up for you? What when you hear that phrase, what comes up for you?
Well, for me, when I think about it, when I think about it economically, I think about, for example, where I live here in Waterloo, Iowa. So Waterloo, Cedar Falls, Iowa, it's like sister cities, and there's a report that comes out every year. It's the 24/7 Wall Street report, and they report on various things. But one of the things that they report on is like the 20 worst places in the country for Black Americans to live. And they make this ranking by income, employment, home ownership, high school graduation. Look at the report from 2018. We were in the United States for Black Americans to live. There are, and Iowa is not a big state. Right. And so we are not a big state, and there are 3 communities in the state of Iowa that are on that top 20 list. We're still number 6 on that list. You know, all these years later, all these things that we've been trying to do. But when we look at home ownership, we look at our white counterparts here have a home ownership rate of about 72%, whereas Black home ownership rate is about 32%. We look at unemployment. White unemployment is at about 3%. Black unemployment is like 12+%. You look at income, everything, like we are lagging so far behind. And when we look at wealth transfer, we look at brown futures, well, home ownership is the biggest way that families pass down wealth through real estate. And if we can't buy homes because they're not willing to invest in Black and brown people or the communities where we live, which brings up the whole issue of redlining, of course, is illegal, but it was done, and the effects of it are still seen and felt in the communities today here.
I mean, I feel like you guys like touched on some amazing things because like as a movement, like we really need to take this new approach to like shifting financial capital away from these industries that harm us, like what you were just talking about, like these extractive economies, and like and towards communities that hold the solutions, like for Black, brown, indigenous communities. I'm like when we think about like futures that are Black and green, like we can envision a future where clean air, clean water, and the welfare of all people takes priority over short-term like economic gains, right? And so like to do so, to be able to create this permission structure to be able to engage in that type of work, is like we have to understand that one, like economic, racial, gender, climate, environmental justice, these are things are all inextricably linked, right? Like these fights go together. And then the fact that I'm talking about like people over profit, right? Like so many times, like there's in this culture, like you said, like what consumerism and just the current extractive economic system that we live in, that we're trying to get away from, is saying that it's either or. Either you make a profit or you prioritize people. I feel like it's a false choice. Like we can be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We gotta walk and chew gum at the same time. We gotta be able to understand that these things, you can do both. Thank you guys for being a part of this with me today. Like, I mean, this is incredible, and I can't wait for us to be able to do more to envision like how do we use the resources that are coming in to be able to create a better place for our communities.
It's possible. It's doable.
Thank you for the invitation.
I'm so excited.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Same here.
Everybody, this is Chris Walton with the Hip Hop Caucus. I'm happy to be here today to have Hope Giselle Gatse, Conscious Lee, and Dominique Drakefort. We're going to have this conversation today about environmental justice, democracy, and of course, voting rights. So let's have a good conversation. My first question that I have for you all is, can you explain how environmental justice and democracy are interconnected? Why it is important for voters to consider environmental justice when casting their ballots?
I think that if the environment is not there for us, then everything around it kind of sort of becomes null and void at that point. If we're not looking out for the world that we're standing on, it's going to be hard to build the future that we see. And a lot of the times folks like to look over environmental justice. We like to look over the idea of what it means to, be mindful about our waste, mindful about the way that we use water, mindful about the ways in which we're starting to recycle plastic. But even that's becoming an issue in some regions, in some spaces. If we're not around, right, we can't debate, we can't argue, we can't vote, we can't do anything substantial. And a lot of people want to make one thing less than the other because they feel as though, I would have to cut off my arm in spite of my hand on this one. And I think that they both go hand in hand. There's a need to pay attention to the whole argument and not just sections of it, or at least the sections that make you feel empowered. I think that there's something to be said about the fact that a lot of people disregard environmental justice because they haven't done enough research around it. And it's okay to feel like you don't know enough, but it's not okay to dismiss the fact that there's so valuable information that ties those things together and makes it possible for you to do that other thing that you are well versed in.
There is a great overlapping for the communities that typically have the biggest struggles getting to the polls or the biggest struggles in being able to, take up their right of being able to vote, where also their environment is plagued with pollution and plagued with all type of, biohazards and plagued with all type of hazardous things that makes it hard for us to live in the environment. And it makes it where it starts to impact our life expectancy, starts to impact, even our desire to go to the polls. You know what I'm saying? So it makes it where I think a lot of times Black people, we are taught about the environment through the idea of tree hugging. So I think we see it through a very pathological way where we see it as being like some quote unquote white shit. You feel me? Like, oh, that's that y'all don't care about the environment. That's white shit. And I think it makes it where we even marginalize the uniqueness that happen in our environment even more because it's like, I feel like it's how it's sold to us.
100% in alignment with what both of y'all has said. Environmental racism is one of the most critical issues plaguing us today. And because it has been framed and packaged in a white in a white package, sometimes we forget and sometimes we disassociate the fact that the air we breathe, the water we're drinking, the ancestral connection to land, we created those rubrics for those levels of sustainability to even exist. And also, I think there is an opportunity for us to expand our definition of environmental racism and environmental degradation. It is the land, it is the sea, it is the water, it is the air we breathe, but it's also the other elements of brutality that we face in our environment.
Conscious, as somebody who is very much so an influencer, love your videos. I have had a lot of discussions on via Instagram. Young people are often at the forefront of the environmental movement. How can we engage more young voters in the fight for environmental justice and ensure that their voices are heard at the ballot box?
I think it deals with tying environmental justice directly to the ballot and allowing young people to really be empowered, inspired, and educated on, or informed, I should say, on the different ways that what they care about is also impacted down the ballot. I think that a lot of times on social media, a lot of times in the media, we only focus on what the top of the ballot is and what those policies on that top of the ballot is. And I think a lot of times when we think about how the environment operates, that is very localized issues. And it makes it where, we get caught up in the sensationalizing of, red versus blue in terms of the presidential race. And I think that if we were more intentional about tying the local policies and the local environment issues to what's going on, I think that it would be better. But I also recognize that is one of the issues is that, like, for me as an influencer, it's like I live in Houston, but there are a lot of different areas that deal with their own unique instances or their unique, impacts of, the environment. You feel me? So I think that's how I respond to the question. But I'm curious to what my other panelists think.
One of the things that I say and that I've been saying even around the conversation about HIV or voter registration in general is that you have to make it sexy.
These kids don't care about anything that does not feel tangible, sexy, and like they can make a moment out of it. And I think that honestly, it's not even just about the kids. I think that we have been kind of sort of dropped into this new age world that says that your social capital or something's ability to give you social capital becomes more important specifically because of that. And so what about voting rights, or what about environmental, rights, or what about the ability to vote for those things is sexy? And I think that most of the time, nothing, right? But when we think about the way that we look at influencers like Lee, when we look at some of the influencers like Blair Imani, who says, like making things smarter in seconds. Those things create a sexy platform. And when I say sexy, I don't mean sexy in the way of, like a Victoria's Secret ad. I'm saying sexy in the way that it's enticing to the audience that you're presenting it to. And so if you tell people like, hey, these things are important because you love sustainable clothing, right? You love the fact that this Black brand is able to create these things based off of resources that are shipped from the diaspora, and then we can send that money back home, and it keeps things going for them to be able to build and do all the things that they need to do. Well, guess what? If you don't vote on environmental justice issues, you're not going to be able to shop that from that brand because they're not going to be able to be sustainable anymore.
Yeah, I agree. Making it sexy, making it relevant, and it goes into conversation about redefining. I think we have to sort of find our entry point, whether it's food, whether it's fashion, whether it's beauty, whether it's land, whether it's ancestral homage. There's so many entry points to sustainability and environmental justice that go beyond what is typically right in front of us. And so once you find that entry point, find the folks who are making it sexy, who are making it cool, who are making it digestible and palatable. I would also include, I think there has to be an element of artistic expression because culturally, art has, and especially if I'm thinking about the Black arts movement, Black artists especially, and Indigenous artists have often been the agitators, the amplifiers for cultural shifts and for civic engagement movements. And so I think we have to do a better job at creating a foundational footprint that marries art as a means to advocate for civic engagement, as a means to advocate for environmental injustice.
Dominique, so changing a little bit of a direction here, what are the biggest barriers to achieving environmental justice through the democratic process, do you think? Like, how do issues like voter suppression, gerrymandering, misinformation impact environmental justice efforts?
I think that there is, I think there's a disconnect in language, in definition. I think there's also a disconnect in knowing who's doing this work, and there's a disconnect in a standardized rubric for what we're fighting for as it relates to environmental justice. If one of the things that I lift up often in my lectures and workshops in terms of understanding environmental justice is that there are three main pillars for decolonizing our understanding. It's marketing, which controls perception, it's education, which controls information, and it's policy, which controls access. So to me, I feel like there has to be a little bit more deeply rooted conversations, especially amongst educators and activists and advocates in the sustainability space, to connect the intersections of how, say, policy controls access in the environmental space. So it's about having these nuanced conversations, and similar to what Hope outlined, and Conscious, the folks who are doing the work, having them at the forefront of the supply chain and connecting that to the conversation of democracy and voting. there's still gaps in the supply chain of knowledge and understanding, and how that is activated, and then how that spills into the vote.
How do systemic inequalities, such as poverty and the lack of access to resources, influence the ability for communities to vote on environmental issues that directly affect them?
Well, we talk about intersectionality at this point, right? When we're talking about all of those things, I think that Lee really did lead us into this question, because it's one thing to think about what it means to be Black. It's another thing to think about what it means to be a Black man. It's another thing to think about what it means to be a Black woman. You throw on being a Black queer person, but then there are different queer people that are treated differently. So then I have to think about what it means to be a Black trans woman versus what it means to be a Black trans man, or a Black lesbian person versus what it means to be a Black gay man. But then I have to add the nuance of what it means to be a Black gay man that fits a certain level of masculinity versus a Black gay man that, you know, subscribes to femininity. And like, there are so many different things on top of the fact of whether or not all of those things, and whether or not I'm impoverished, or I'm somebody who like is upper middle class, or somebody who's just riding the coattails of the middle. And I don't think that we think about the intersections of what it means to be a human being doing all of this on top of the fact that they're going to tell you that you shouldn't have access, your area shouldn't have access, we're going to make it ridiculously hard for you to have access. And even if you do have access because of who you are and the area that you live in, and when you get there, you're still going to be treated differently than the white people that have the same amount of money, or make a little bit less money, or have a little bit less influence over the community because of who you are. And I think that there's not enough conversations. We talk about what it means to have allyship show up, or what it means to have accomplices in the movement, but we're not talking about what those accomplices look like, what that allyship looks like as it pertains to voting, registration, democracy, and the overall ability for people who do not fit the status quo of what Project 2025 will outline as the supreme race, right? How we can make sure that those people also get a fair shot at being able to express themselves.
When we start thinking about accessibility, if I know there's a chance for me to have to sit in line for 5 or 6 hours, and I'm in a state like Georgia where it may or may not be illegal for me to be given water, compared to, you know, being in a suburban area that has 5, 6 polling places within, you know, a 10-mile radius, and, you know, in black districts that's gerrymandered up, it might be one polling place within, you know, a 30-mile radius. So you have a whole bunch of different minorities, or a whole bunch of Black folks, particularly, you feel me, that's already getting the short end of the stick, that now has to have the ways in which they're getting the short end of the stick exacerbated, you know what I'm saying, because they sitting in a 6-hour line, a 5-hour line, a 4-hour line, and thinking out how that discourages civic engagement, how that discourages people being involved, because it feels like you're being discouraged from being a part of it. It feels like you're being discouraged from knowing what's going on. And 9 times out of 10, we feel like we're being tolerated, we're not being celebrated, we probably ain't gonna be going over there. You know what I'm saying? So for me, thinking about when Hope talking about the job, just like a lot of the finesse and game we were selling to essential workers during the pandemic. Those are the individuals that are mostly chastised for trying to be a part of the civic engagement, because, you know, they're, and I ain't talking about like the health workers, because typically health workers are able to do it. I'm talking about the people that work in fast food and grocery stores, you feel me? Like, those are the people that typically get restricted, get punished in some type of way if they decide they're going to, you know, hold up the line. As in, go vote, and now we don't have nobody to flip this or serve this or bag this, and now you can't go there. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
For me, it's really thinking about how there's a lot of double speak in our, you know what I'm saying? Like, really in the game, in like real large, but really recognizing that, you know, we all, like, it's a democracy, and we're gonna go spread democracy X, Y, and Z. Meanwhile, Black people at home cannot get a timely, you feel me, way to be able to vote. So it's just, to me, it's like recognizing that all the things we know about that we can just name off, really thinking about how they impact our livelihoods from day to day. Not just being able to talk about gerrymandering, or talk about voter suppression, or talk about voter ID rights, you know what I'm saying, or talk about, you feel me, polling places being slim, but really like having conversations about how it really, like, what it looked like and how it discourages people or how it encourages people.
Yeah, 100%. I think that the cycles of scarcity mindset is in large part a beautiful result of environmental racism. I think that environmental racism has led to our health issues, the infrastructure of inaccessibility, the infrastructure of hoops that allows community care and family care to be just challenging. The marketing engine that affects representation, that penetrates voter suppression. All of this is part of environmental racism. And from a macro lens, I think it's important for us to be very blatant and say, plantation mentality and white supremacy as it relates to environmentalism is the reason why this is happening. And I think even just saying that out loud, even just affirming that, because this is language that still is not standardized in the environmental justice space. We still aren't using anti-Blackness. We still aren't saying environmental racism. We're still using softer language to tell the truth about those gaps that I was talking about before. So everything that the folks on this panel has said, absolutely, and calling a spade is so critical.
Thank you for that.
Dominic said one thing I want to add too. And recognizing that when we talk about slave mentality, it doesn't only apply to the descendants of the people that worked the plantation. It also applies to the descendants of people that ran the plantation, especially we start talking about environmental injustice and environmental justice, because a lot of times the plantation mentality of who gets to dictate what happens to whom, there are a lot of individuals that think that they cornered the market on being able to dictate that. And as a result, a lot of individuals feel like that we can never act, we can only be acted upon. I think that in this conversation, in this conversation, it's very important to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? That when it comes to the environment, a lot of us believe the environment can only act upon us. And we can't, you feel me? We can't be the actors. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's a part of intelligent design that gets into the environmental racism, that gets into that ecological degradation that, you know what I'm saying, Dominique was getting at.
Absolutely.
So unfortunately, we can't go on for the rest of the day because I definitely want to continue this conversation. But last question, what are the most critical environmental justice issues that you think voters should focus on in this upcoming election? And how can we ensure that environmental justice remains a central issue in our political discourse during and not during election cycles?
Man, as of right now, I think that we talk a lot about Supreme Court justice overturning a lot of things. We talk about Supreme Court justice overturning Roe v. Wade, Supreme Court justice turning affirmative action, and the discussion amongst the Black people. I think we need to have more conversations specifically on Supreme Court justice overturning of the Chevron deference, and specifically how it impacts industry regulation and how a lot of Black communities will be targeted when a lot of these different corporations want to be able to give different bribes to be able to do whatever the hell they want to do. May it be spilling hazardous waste. May it be you had an oil spill that was close to a Black neighborhood. May it be, you feel me, you wanted, it's like there, when it comes to the Chevron deference and how we used to have the EPA or used to have different agencies that were able to show their expertise and being able to say, hey, government, this is how this should go. Shouldn't how it's go. Chevron deference now allows for Supreme Court justices and different individuals that have not researched sustainability, that don't know nothing about environmental racism. It allows for them to be able to dictate how different industries contribute to what we're talking about, environmental racism. And for me, I think that's very, very important, especially because we are already having conversations about the authority, the political authority and legal authority that Supreme Court has, especially when it comes to how they overturn things. We know how Roe v. Wade being overturned impacts Black people. We know how affirmative action being overturned impacts Black people. We know how diversity, equity, inclusion being, demonized impacts Black people. We need to have more intentional conversations about that Chevron deference and how it's going to make people like Dominique's job a lot harder because, hey, like I'm talking about, it's already on fire. Literally get to add fuel to it now.
I think that for me, when I think of the environment, I'm not just thinking about the world itself. I think about the social environment that we place people in. And that includes like housing disparities. That includes the ways in which we set up environments for the folks that are, like Lee has been saying, the most marginalized of us all. And so when I think about some of the most large environmental issues that are not being talked about or spoken about, I think about the schools in Baltimore that still go without heat and cooling, no matter what season it is. I still think about the idea that we are having food deserts in very specific communities that, make up a high percentage of Black folk. I think about the idea that there are 34.4 million people who have been unregistered to vote and have not been, kind of sort of told about that, and they're all Black, right? That's a study that was done by the NBJC through our Black Facts program. And it's one of those things that I heavily lean on the information that is surrounded about or that surrounds environment about those things, because it helps us to inform, or it helps us be informed about what they will likely try to do after the election is over, what they will likely try to get passed after the election comes down, what they're likely going to try to build for Project 2028, because they're not going to win. We're not going back. And so it's one of those things where it's like you have to see or you have to look at the environment that they're putting you in and that they're trying to keep you in and that they're trying to maintain at the moment to understand where they're likely going to try to put you in the future. And so when I think about some of the ways that we can move beyond that, it's about making sure that we're working together and using our budgets and coming together as a group. There shouldn't be this separation of this group does this group does that, this group does that, and we're all fighting for this grant money, because we can all get 1% of the pie, or we can compile our pies together and get a good 78%, because they're never going to give us 100. But what happens when NBJC works with Until Freedom, works with SMILE, works with HRC, works with the NAACP, works with all of these different folks that are doing this work from the ground up? When we all put aside the fact that this one is the gay org, this one is the super Black org, this one is the Black org that's a little bit more tolerant, and we start to think about the idea that we're the orgs that want humanity to be considered first and foremost, we then become the majority in a conversation. We then become the majority financially in a way that they never thought possible. We're continuing to follow the same playbook because we're continuing to run the same plays. And at this point, I think what has happened is our opponent is fatigued. However, they're not surprised by the moves that we make. I think that if we start to make some surprising moves, we'll really make sure that our opponents are not just fatigued, but that they're too damn tired to play.
The weaving of both of those answers, that was it for me. I'm not even gonna lie. I actually don't have much to say. And y'all covered it from two critical vantage points. Like, I don't even know if I'm supposed to. I feel like the only contribution I would have is one of the biggest environmental issues is our lack of not knowing. That's an environmental issue, right? And that's going to funnel into exactly what Hope and Conscious said. And so we have to regenerate our thinking, our comprehension, our understanding, stop having siloed discussions, and create a circular framework that's inclusive of all of us, all of the intersections of our identity, so that we can move fluid, right? And that the engine of disassociation and the engine of divide and conquer, that shit has been working like a right? And so for me, the biggest environmental harm that's happening to us is just our lack of understanding and connection to the source of environmental degradation as it relates to how we take up space and how we can move freely, right? They said it. They said it.
Well, you know what we love when a conversation is good. Wish we could continue going further. But first and foremost, thank you all very much for being part of this conversation. It is a much needed conversation, and we hopefully can have another part of this again, because I honestly, I just want to keep rolling myself right now. But thank you for coming. Please check out respectmyvote.com. And yeah, let's get out there and make sure our voices are heard and our votes are respected.
Yellow! They want us to breathe toxic air and drink dirty water, but we have the power to flip the script. When we vote, we turn our voice into action, and that's a force that they cannot ignore. It's not just about showing up. We have to make sure that they respect every single one of our votes. We have to educate and uplift our communities, especially Black and brown people, so that they know their rights. So we have to work together to make sure our voices are heard and our votes are counted. Every last one of them. Yellow! First thing first, you know back in middle school when they told us it was 3 branches of the government? We forgot it when we got older. It's the judicial, the legislative, and executive. But all we know is the executive. That's the mayor or the governor and the president. Now none of them 3 people make no laws, they just be checking them. The laws come to their desk and all they do is say no or yes to it. So when the news station try to tell us that Barack Obama couldn't put us on, we was all salty at Obama when it was the Congress members all along. We gotta focus on the legislative branch, yeah, they the ones that make the laws. Yeah, they the ones write how much food stamp money you get on a card. But when people that wanted to help us wanted a job, I know they probably lost, cause we ain't even know their name, we ain't know their face, we ain't know it all. So the Congress or the State House, that's legislative, they make laws. So what we want from the president is what they do, okay y'all? See, they election every 2 years, but we don't ever even go to those. The Congress, they can raise minimum wage, but we ain't even really know it though. So you know how back in 2008, when we all voted for Obama, we was all supposed to go back in 2010 and vote for the Congress, cause they the ones make child support laws. They the ones choose if your kids at school get to eat steak or corn dogs. The State House make the court costs. So if the country failed, then you can't say it's them, it's your fault. Cause y'all ain't know to vote for Congress members that was for y'all. And they don't gotta leave after 4 years and we just let them sit. So they don't wanna tell you this, they want you to focus on the president. Now the third branch is the judicial, that's judges. They the reason why John Crawford and Trayvon ain't had justice. So when Meek Mill got locked up just for popping willies, we blame the judge and not the city when they let her get voted in, cause they ain't know who to vote against. Imagine life on the other side. Roads better, schools better, everybody get their license back, grocery store food better, custody of your kids back, homeless people get new shelters. If we gonna fix the US, we gotta start with them 2 letters. Me and you, somebody told us that the government just wanna keep us broke, but the only reason why those people in the government is cause we ain't vote. And I ain't talking about the president, I'm talking about the ones we ain't know. See, they was gonna try to keep it low, it's gonna hurt them when they see the polls.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our very special session on building a new climate narrative. My name is Melissa June Rowley. I'll be the moderator and host for this session. I'm a climate and culture journalist and a climate communications specialist. I've been doing this for about 15 years. And one of the reasons I wanted to bring my esteemed colleagues and friends together, who you'll meet in just a second, for this conversation is because there's so much good information out there in the world when it comes to climate, from a science perspective, from a culture perspective, from a justice perspective. But many of us working in the climate movement ourselves are very siloed. And it would be miraculous if we could all get on the same page when it comes to our language, our messaging, and the key points that we really want to drive, not just amongst ourselves and all of our different sectors, but to the masses. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce my panel. We've got Lucy von Sturmer, the founder of Creatives for Climate, Megan Edge, and Bruno Almeida Quiroga. Bruno is with Good Energy, and he will have a lot to say about the intersection of Hollywood and climate narrative. Before we get further into the conversation, I'd like for each of you to talk about your background in climate storytelling and what you think needs to change the most about the climate narrative that we've been driving so far. Lucy, how about you go first?
So thank you so much for having me. It's a real honor to be here, and you're going to have to make do with my Kiwi New Zealand accent. I'm based in Amsterdam, and I'm the CEO and founder of Creators for Climate. So we're a global nonprofit network of creatives, storytellers, agencies, and also climate leaders that are learning, collaborating, and taking action together. Some of our main focuses are on anti-greenwash education, advertising industry alignment around what an ethical future can look like in terms of consistent behavior. That often comes down to the clients that agencies choose to represent. And lastly, as you say, Melissa, like working to support climate solutions to tell better stories. And how I ended up in this movement is that I, like you, am really passionate about media and storytelling and accessible, exciting narratives. And I happened to fall into working in international development and front-running climate initiatives, where, you know, when I was younger, I sat at the table, intimidated to ask the stupid question. And later I realized that having the ability to ask the stupid question and to activate conversation to make it more accessible for others was my superpower. So one of my personal mantras is to lift as I lead. And I believe that, you know, Creators for Climate is just simply out there to bring more people into this movement, to build more courage and confidence, and to use this superpower, creativity, to drive credible climate action. So that's what we do, and a little bit about how I got
Yes, thank you for sharing, Lucy. And Creatives for Climate is definitely shedding a bright light with a lot of creativity, which I hope you'll share some of those activations that you've done over the years to get people on board with what you're doing around greenwashing and other things that consumers and agencies need to keep a lookout for. Megan, please introduce yourself and tell everybody your background in climate and what you would like to see happen with creating a new climate narrative.
Of course. So my name is Megan Edge. I'm based here in London, but an American here. So there's lots of us, and I love it. And I started getting involved in climate quite some time ago, just from the advocacy angle, working in grassroots groups, clean water action in the mid-Atlantic region. I come from coal mining towns in Pittsburgh and was born in South Carolina into a family of farmers. So kind of being at the forefront of how climate has impacted industry has really hit me personally. My work in climate, especially these last 6.5 years, has been really nitty-gritty in the weeds, trying to figure out how to translate climate mission and more of the ambitious side of hitting climate targets into something that corporations can tactically care about without having to over-index on philanthropy and corporate social responsibility. Basically, how can you institutionalize some, form of investing in climate and, as a result, progressing climate justice without needing to appeal to the because this is good and make it more of a capitalistic needs for good is where my experience and my kind of communication sits.
Bruno, please share with everybody your background in climate, what you do with good energy, and what you would like to see unfold when it comes to crafting a new climate narrative for us all.
Thank you so much. My name is Bruno Olmedo Quiroga. I was born and raised in Bolivia, and I live in Miami now. I started my climate journey while I was working at IDEO, the famed human-centered design and innovation company that invented the computer mouse in the 90s and has since gone to invent a lot of new things. And while I was at that company, something that they teach about innovation is that it needs a really good story behind it in order for you to convey why this idea matters and what it can enable in the future. But I kept running into meetings where it didn't matter how good the story was, people were not buying the thing that's better for the planet because it tends to be more expensive, it's not as good for the bottom line. And while the business leaders themselves as humans would agree with me that this project would be better if sold with a more planetary angle, it would not be better for the bottom line of the company they work at, and so they could not approve the budget for the project. And that's where I had my aha moment that I would keep running into that problem working in the climate business space because financial value follows cultural value. And right now, our culture values the bottom line more than it values the planet itself. And so that's how I ended up joining Good Energy, where we are working with writers, showrunners, executives, directors, storytellers across all the major Hollywood studios like Disney, Netflix, HBO, Lionsgate, Paramount, as well as the major TV networks in the United States, to incorporate climate change seamlessly into any narrative in a way that doesn't feel, let's say, really forced or heavy-handed. Definitely not talking about 1.5 degrees and net zero and things that are really hard to grasp for someone who's not in the climate space. And instead doing what I think is my answer for what I would like to see. It's to humanize the climate message to something that feels relevant and attainable and something within which people can actually succeed and imagine themselves in, which oftentimes is the stories we see on TV.
Bruno, can you touch on a couple of the biggest or most impactful TV or film projects that Good Energy has been a part of? And elaborate a bit on what has worked?
Yeah. So we actually just got back our first full case study for the first project we ever worked on, which was an episode of Madam Secretary, the political drama, where we consulted on creating an episode about a small island nation named Micronesia that was going to get hit by a hurricane pretty intensely, and how, of course, Madam Secretary handles that situation. We learned through research conducted by RARE that 8 million people watched that episode, and immediately after watching the episode, they were 3 times more likely to describe themselves as single-issue climate voters due to the plot line that they saw on that episode, right? We're talking about the impact of one single TV episode on 8 million people and politics. And it also significantly increased support for smaller nations that are at the forefront of the climate crisis, which in climate communications is one of those tough topics, right? Because generally people are very my home before yours about the distribution of resources, but this episode really successfully garnered a lot of support for policies being passed that distribute resources more towards the nations that are most impacted. And so that's one example of an episode that we have a full case study on recently, and we are working on a bunch of new projects that I'm excited to see out in the world.
That's fantastic. I love seeing anytime Good Energy releases an update on the impact you've had, whether it's through your report or different tools that you're creating for organizations to understand where climate storytelling is and where it can go. So we've got Bruno on the Hollywood front, we've got Megan on the corporate and finance side, and then Lucy, you coming in with the background in marketing and advertising agencies. Being someone who has worked with marketing and advertising agencies across the board and helping them determine, okay, this is an ethical company that could be aligned with your green ethics and what you're doing, and helping people discern between those stories, right? Those different narratives that companies have. Are you seeing any gaps in how agencies are able to help their clients, their climate-focused clients, climate-positive clients, get their messaging across in a way that's not just factual, but actually accessible and human-centered?
Yeah, I think it's useful, just to understand the role that we play in the ecosystem and how we have evolved. So in 2019, when Creators for Climate first started, one of our main messages was simply to engage people in the ecological and climate crisis. I mean, this is only 5 years ago, but that was a really needed role. Obviously, that role isn't needed anymore. And so we pivoted over the years, after it was kind of just an awareness raising of this is what 1.5 means. This is the role and responsibility of advertising and marketing and driving pollution. We started to turn our efforts towards anti-greenwash education. And the reason was that we felt it was almost too easy for agencies and for creatives to kind of align with this for good movement while not being aware that their superpowers could be lent towards greenwashing. And greenwashing isn't just whoops, we got our brand statement wrong. it's actually robbing future generations of the opportunity to have a more livable future. It's criminal behavior as far as I'm concerned. And we're seeing much more litigation in this space too. So after we did our anti-greenwash efforts and anti-greenwash campaigns, really about like empowering people to understand if a brief or if a client was greenwashing, we started to align more with the fossil fuel divestment movement, because it's really important to echo that message that like, I'm not so interested in Edelman's like perfectly inspiring, sustainability campaign that essentially like allows them to buy a better image while they're also enabling the worst fossil fuel giants to grow and legitimize. So I think I need to like frame our DNA in terms of entering this conversation, because these are some of our activities over the years to kind of build the space. I think like I really do love your question, and I took note actually at the beginning, and it's a conversation that's popping up now with a lot of within the climate movement is, what would it look like to align around a more positive narrative? Because I think that the awareness raising's there, the education, in anti-greenwashing is catching up with the litigation. And so now we're moving to a landscape where we have to say like, okay, we know what really bad looks like. What does good look like? And then let's have a conversation around effectiveness. And I think like for many of us, what excites us, of course, is the effectiveness, it's the excitement, it's the love of the craft that got us here. And I personally feel like we've only just done the groundwork to be able to have that conversation. So I could tell you, I could echo a lot of the things I think you've already said around, jargon-free language. I think making the movement accessible, fun, inspiring, my main job over the last 5 years has been building a movement. And I think in terms of applying a campaign to that, we've intentionally made it a place that people want to be, in the sense that it has to be fun. It has to be rooted in human connection. And I think we're living in a really testing time where we also have to be really realistic about people's capacity to take on all of the global problems we have right now. So it has to be easy. And in terms of the role that agencies can play, we're working to make a differentiation between polluting agencies, so agencies that are more compromising on their morals, and those that are actually working to be really consistent. And we're working to champion their creativity and basically create a competitive advantage in the market where, unfortunately, as I'm really interested in your work, Megan, around, we do live in a world where a lot of this work is, up to philanthropic funding or someone thinking this is the right thing to do, and we so drastically need to shift into the business case. So I'm really excited to hear more about what you're doing. And yeah, we're kind of playing both sides.
Culture just as much as Hollywood. And I think it was someone from Hip Hop Caucus I was talking to. I was saying how certain people that I know in the climate movement don't find the cultural aspect of climate as important, because they're looking at removing carbon from there. They're looking at it from a very technical science-based standpoint, which is every bit as important. But my stance is we really need it all. We need the science, we need the tech, we need the finance, we need all the things, we need the grassroots activism, and we also need the culture shift. And the culture shift is happening. It is happening thanks to organizations like yours, Lucy, and Good Energy, and some other groups that are out there that are really making that convergence between climate and culture. But corporations have a culture, and corporations are also a big part of driving culture, maybe not pop culture in the ways that we're discussing right now. Megan, based on your work with carbon markets and looking at finance driving sustainability, and whether that's through supply chain changes or whether that's through the corporate messaging that companies are putting out there, what are you seeing? Are you seeing things work? Are you seeing any main key themes or messages that do seem to be moving the needle? And I don't necessarily mean to the masses, but just in the world of corporates and carbon markets, because that niche in and of itself is controversial, right? It's kind of, I equate carbon markets to crypto markets sometimes. It only takes a few bad actors to take down the whole market. It only takes a few bad articles and a few scary headlines. And then suddenly the whole market is a scam, which is not true, as we know. But anyway, I'll stop talking now and let you share.
It's so funny because for the past 18 months, I think we've seen like article after article bashing carbon markets, which fair play because they are highlighting bad actors and we should seek out the bad actors so that we make improvements from them. But I think it's created this kind of undertone of you're in one of two camps. One is largely led, what I've noticed from nonprofits and philanthropic groups who now view this as, you can't really put financial instruments on driving climate action. Carbon credits are a sham. They always will be. It's an accounting problem. And then on the other camp, you've got a group of individuals who are really keen to show that, yes, you can actually have, you can change supply chains so that there's financial incentives for Walmart to pay a grower more money per bushel for regenerative rice that's grown with less water or in a more irrigation friendly manner. And so there's this really interesting camp of people who almost have this religion on you can't drive capitalistic behavior for climate practices, and this other camp saying, wait, no, yes, you can.
I also like to ask the question of what's the story we've been telling for generations in order to get ourselves here, right? We often look into the future of like, oh, what are the stories we're going to tell? But the truth is the story we've been telling ourselves is that we are very separate from the planet. We don't need the resources of our planet to be preserved or to live in balance with us in order to survive because we are made by God above it all. And so it's really difficult to break that fundamental belief system that has been architecturally built into us for a long time, right? And turned into systems that in a way force us to act in a way that goes against our self-interest. I don't think that people want to be hurting the planet in the way they are, but in the choice architecture that we're given by the systems that we have been speaking into truth, into reality for generations, it almost feels like the only options we have. And so something that I always like to bring up is, people ask, what do I do myself to have the biggest climate impact possible? And I don't really like the story of like, eat a vegan diet or like, don't buy single-use plastics and whatnot, because in a way, I think that turns the individual into the villain, because the undertone of that is like, and if you don't, you're the problem, when really we know that shame and fear-driven messaging do not help. They deactivate people, they prevent people from being able to effectively organize collective action because they're too ashamed, and they're also encouraged to shame others rather than connect with others.
Well, thank you all so much for joining me. I'm glad that we were able to put this together. And like I said, I know that there are many panels and activations that happen at conferences focused on climate and impact and storytelling. I'm in a place now where I want people to start walking away with key takeaways. I don't know that we got there fully in a tangible way, but this is just the beginning of this series of sessions from this perspective of bringing corporate, culture, Hollywood, and the creative agencies together. And there are many more sectors that I'd like to bring in this conversation. So thank you, Megan, Lucy, and Bruno. And I think that's a wrap for our session for the We Shall Breathe Summit. We'll see you all during New York Climate Week.
What's up, everybody? My name is Jade Nova, and I'm so grateful to be here with you guys for We Shall Breathe. It is our right to breathe, and I just wanted to take a few moments for everybody to just take some intentional breaths together. We're gonna breathe in through our nose for 4 seconds, hold it for 4 seconds, and exhale for 4 seconds. So you ready? All right, we're gonna breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, sigh, 2, 3, 4. One more time. Here we go. We're gonna breathe in through our nose for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. I'm so grateful. I'm so happy. I want to share this song with you all. It's called All Blue. It's from my first album by the same name, All Blue. And I'm here with my husband. I call him my husband because he plays all the instruments. His name is Devin Michael. Make some noise for Devin. Yeah. I got my head up in the clouds again. It's all blue. I got my head up in the clouds again. I gave birth to a thought and call it an idea. Ask myself what we really doing here. I don't know. Does anybody really know? Nah. We all made up of stars. So what's there to fear? Don't know the beginning or if the end is near. We don't know. Does anybody really know? But who wants to be on the ground anymore when there's so much in the sky? Watching the world spinning out of control. It seems like we live in to die. But who wants to keep looking down at the floor? We should have our heads up high. Cause if you think I'm out of line to say what's on my mind, you should ask yourself why. I got my head up in the clouds again. Yeah. It's all blue. I got my head up in the clouds again. I gave birth to a vibe and call it a new way. I let the past go, looking on the better days. If we grow, well, shouldn't everybody grow? And you can join my tribe. Say it don't cost a thing. Just take the red pill and you'll never be the same once you know. Don't be afraid to let it go. Oh, who wants to be on the ground anymore when there's so much in the sky? We watching the world spinning out of control. Seem like we living to die. But who wants to be on the ground anymore? We should have our heads up high. Cause if you think I'm out of line to say what's on my mind, you should ask yourself why. I got my head up in the clouds again. It's all blue. I got my head up in the clouds again. It's all, cause they be trying to say don't do that, don't say that. Y'all don't want me to be free, cause y'all be sleeping, but we daydreaming, they're afraid of us. Yeah, whoa, don't feel bad, don't look back. Why can't we just let it be? Cause y'all be walking and y'all keep talking, but sooner or later you have to let go and breathe. I got my head up in the clouds again. Yeah, it's all blue. I got my head up in the clouds again. Yeah, it's all blue. I got my head up in the clouds again. Yeah. It's all blue, all blue, all blue. It's all blue. It's all blue, it's all blue, it's all blue. Yeah, it's all blue. Thank you so much. Peace.
As we come to the close of the We Shall Breathe Summit, it is crucial to reflect on the powerful voices and stories we've heard today. From the U.S. South to the Global South, Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities have shared their lived experiences, demonstrating the deep interconnection between climate justice, economic justice, and voting rights. These stories remind us that our struggles are not isolated, but are part of a broader fight for our liberation and equity. We've witnessed today that the solutions to these challenges are already within our communities. The innovations and determination of those on the front lines offer a pathway toward transformative change. But to realize this vision, we must continue building solidarity and fostering global dialogue, empowering each other to push for shifts that will benefit us all. This event has brought together activists, entertainers, and community leaders to spark new ideas. But the work does not end here. Our next steps involve taking action, strengthening collaboration, advocating for policies that ensure equitable outcomes, and increasing democratic participation so that every voice is heard and valued. As we move forward, let us carry the spirit of this summit with us, amplifying the voices of Hip Hop Caucus in our 20th year and all the community voices we've heard today. Together, we can drive the systemic change needed to create a just, equitable, and sustainable world. Thank you for being a part of this movement, and let's continue this important work beyond this year's Climate Week.
Perfect. Hey. Oh. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey.
shift, and this is more so. So once I get the signal, then we'll be live.
Okay.
We get started in like 10 seconds. Good evening, Hip Hop Caucus fam. I hope you enjoyed that fabulous, amazing We Shall Breathe Summit. We are in New York live, and I am joined by Samantha Pattinson, one of the foremost revered sustainable fashion designers that I know of in this space, and we are so glad to be joined with you tonight for this green carpet premiere of Underwater Projects, a film that was filmed in Norfolk, Virginia, going over sea level rise and what we can do to better our climate justice efforts, not only in places like the Hampton Roads, but across the country. But first, Samantha, you have been very busy.
I have been.
Very busy. How are you?
I have been. I feel like it's the gold standard these days. The same as you know. We're working hard, we're pushing hard, we have a lot to achieve, and we probably feel like we don't have a lot of time to achieve those things. So I've been good, though. I'm happy to be in New York with you guys, celebrating with the Hip Hop Caucus, 20th year anniversary. I'm thrilled to be here, honestly.
Thank you. Yeah, so you tell us more about Black Pearl.
Yeah, sure. So we're a cultural sustainability organization, and we work across sustainable fashion, music, and entertainment. We're lucky to be the sustainability partner for the Academy, Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences, but we also work with artists to help them communicate about climate impact to their fans and just storytelling sustainability. So yeah, it's a fun space.
I love it. When we talk about fighting for climate justice, right? We often talk about getting in our bag with different issues, right? Telling folks about climate from the spirit of storytelling, telling them about it through art, through culture. Tomorrow we're hosting an event with Earth Gang at Loom Studios, all around climate action and voting. And so for us, we center the culture, always. And fashion is one of the easiest, but also hardest ways to do it. Can you tell us a little bit about how your journey into sustainable fashion has brought to light ways that we can be better advocates and actors in the climate justice movement?
Yeah, absolutely. I used to just see clothing as like an external expression of identity, to be honest with you. I used to see it as a way to... It was really only through winning a design competition and being asked to make a sustainable dress for the Oscars that I started to learn that, the way we're making clothing is affecting our planet and it's affecting communities. It's like 6 to 10 greenhouse gas emissions. 80% of the clothes we wear are made by women and women of color or people of color. There are all of these social justice issues in there. There are environmental justice issues in there. And the more you kind of scratch at the surface and you find out about like toxic dyes and the communities most affected by that, and you find out about kind of inequitable pay and child labor, it's one of those things you just can't unsee and unhear. So I would just encourage everybody to kind of ask a little bit more behind who made your clothes. Where were they made? Who made them? Are they made from a fossil fuel derivative? We've been talking about this. So I think I'm passionate about educating so that people see that clothing is way more than just a way to look good and feel good. Yeah.
Clothing is what you wear. It's also how you express yourself, right?
Yes, exactly.
And we talk about at Hip Hop Caucus using our voice all the time.
All the time.
One of the best ways to do that is by voting.
Facts.
And excited to share, if you haven't heard already, Samantha is one of our amazing 2024 members of our Artivist class for the Respect My Vote campaign.
Yep.
A long-running campaign that we've been partnering with tons of organizations and media outlets to bring more young, more people of color voters out, and also not only just in the general election, but through every year and every local election that we have.
I love that.
That Artivist shoot was so lit. Shout out to Dawn Richard for an amazing Artivist shoot and gathering so many
thought
different
leaders.
and unique. Yeah, it was Duran and Genesis Butler
and Leah Thomas. She basically covered all of the bases. It's like food's covered, like fashion's covered, like social. I mean, she covered everything. But you know what I loved most about it? I loved that you brought together people that don't always, like, that felt celebrated. Like, I left that shoot not only feeling like you gave me a chance to advocate, and obviously I'm British born, like, in case anyone's wondering about the accent, but understanding the voting mechanisms in the US, you educated us and you gave us a chance to speak to each other and rally. And it was just an amazing moment. And Dawn is just, she's a pioneer. You're all pioneers, to be honest. So I loved it. And then thank you for my tote bag and my little hoodie.
I use that tote bag for everything.
I live in that tote bag, for
Listen,
real.
it's so, I'm not a bag person generally, but now.
You could get away with it. You could get away with it.
You know, I try to get away with most things. If you're tuning in, we are live on the green carpet for the Underwater Project's premiere. However, soon you will start to see some of our amazing cast and crew, as well as some of our partners who do amazing work in Cancer Alley, as well as everywhere else in the country to bring forth, again, climate justice for our communities.
Yes, absolutely.
How was your trip?
You know, so basically I just came over, he was asking me because I came from Europe where we had the Sustainable Fashion Awards. It was amazing. I mean, I always look forward to coming to New York because I feel like New York has this energy of get it done, let's get it done. You know, there are some places you go and you can kind of float down the street and take your time. What I love about New York, and the reason you even had this premiere here, or the energy here, is people are here to get stuff done, you know? And that's what I was looking forward to. Like, we all need that push to come together. And the thing with Climate Week as well is, like, how often do we get to see all of these organizations, thought leaders in the same place? So it's a good opportunity to move the needle. But the trip over was great. I knew I was coming to do this with you, so I was happy.
Absolutely. And we just, we were at a mixer yesterday that had so many just folks focused on climate and climate from different angles. We had
what does that mean?
It means being able to show up as your authentic self and what you're passionate about, and making sure that you're doing it in a sustainable way through whatever your passion is. So that could be fashion, it could be health, public health, it could be gardening, fitness.
Food.
And we don't often get to see those folks in person. I was maybe about 20 to 25 people I saw and was like, it's good to actually see you. You know, there's so many virtual. We are now being.
VIP.
We got a VIP on the red carpet.
Hey.
How are you, Rev?
Sharp as usual.
Hello, how are you?
How
you
are
look
you?
so well.
Both of you look fantastic.
Good to see you.
Yes,
Awesome.
indeed.
Rev, we are going to have you pose here for a photo really quick, and then we can ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
So.
Do you want to lead this one? Do you want to lead the first one?
Absolutely. Rev is the founder, president, and CEO of Hip Hop Caucus, the amazing organization that is hosting this event. Come over, Rev. So we are joined again by Reverend Lennox Yearwood Jr., the founder, president, and CEO of Hip Hop Caucus. Hip Hop Caucus, which has gainfully employed me over the last 4 years, so I'm very happy about that.
Good choice, good choice, good choice.
Has been one of the few organizations that so eloquently combines and intersects climate, racial, and economic justice, fighting on the front lines, but also being good in the streets and the suites. I would say for Climate Week, we're pretty much in both. This is a streets and suites moment as I'm looking around and seeing many of the beautiful people gathered together. How are you, 20 years in the game with Hip Hop Caucus, noticing shifts in the climate space, but also what you think is planned for the next 20 years?
Well, the key thing right now is that we are still in the midst of a climate crisis, and people of color, black people, brown people, indigenous people are on the front lines of the crisis. And what has shifted is that going from the front lines is still happening, but going from the front lines to being part of the solution is different. And I'm so excited to see more and more black, brown, and indigenous, particularly women, young people from the queer community now leading this movement like never before. That wasn't the case 20 years ago. It was a predominantly, I would just say, people of a lighter hue who are running the movement. And now we see a more broad section. Still more work to do, And I also like the fact that we see now more production being part of the plan. It's been said that any movie now that is being done that doesn't have the climate crisis in it is truly science fiction. And so, it's really good that we are putting out content to help broaden the movement, and also doing content that hopefully future generations will see, and they'll be like, thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing Underwater Project. Thank you for doing what you're doing to ensure that we think of this issue that we're in right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I was going to add, and you mentioned even science fiction, we keep hearing about the power of storytelling, and we're aware of how emotive that can be, but we're only really starting to just see that seep its way into mainstream media. I wanted to ask you, how do you feel that not only Hollywood, but investors, like the people with the capital to facilitate these projects, how can we encourage them more to kind of get behind the storytelling that you're doing right now here, and more of that for other generations and other communities?
I think one of the things there that we need to understand that there's a lot of money that is put into advocacy, and nothing wrong with that. But we need to put more into storytelling. Again, I believe that storytelling is the solution for us to solve the climate crisis, because it allows us to truly be global citizens and to tell this story abroad. And Hip Hop Caucus is one of the reasons have been a vanguard, before the line. I went to the White House for the 5th climate assessment, and during that process, the key thing that was done in doing that assessment that they said art and climate must work together. And that made me so proud, because we didn't get laughed at Hip Hop Caucus, but it was kind of like a add-on, and so it's different. Now, that's important to acknowledge it, but now the next one is to make sure the investment, so we can do the products, the projects, do the documentaries, do short film, do animation, do VR, do everything that we got to do to reach. We must use our creative process to ensure that people understand the crisis that we're in. And that's the saddest thing. In the civil rights movement, they understood that, okay, let's do demonstration so people can see us at the lunch counter, see us marching in the streets. But imagine if years from now, people literally go, I had no idea this crisis was that bad. Imagine if you were in a burning building and nobody told you. And so I think that our job is to make sure that we are ringing the bells. We are banging the gauntlets to ensure that everybody knows, if nothing else, that we're in a crisis. And everything we can do to invest in that, let's invest in that.
Such a great answer.
Yeah, that's an awesome answer. Thank you so much, Rev, for your time.
Thank you.
We would love for you to interact with some of the other press who are here.
Yeah.
Feel free to come down the line and enjoy the event.
Thank you. That was incredible. Yeah. Thank you so much.
So good to see you.
So good to see you.
From the West Coast to the East Coast.
Yes, for you guys.
Yeah, no, most definitely.
Absolutely.
That
That was Reverend Yearwood. Always a joy, always a delight, and always on point.
I mean,
always on point.
I literally had goosebumps. But he's right. Just the idea that someone doesn't know, how can we make as many people aware of this crisis as possible? He's just such a powerful speaker. But you know that. You work with him.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Rev is always intentional about making sure that Black and brown people are centered in the climate solution.
Yeah.
And that is something that, honestly, we need more of.
Yeah. I was really curious about your journey into the Hip Hop Caucus. I don't think I know this story. Like, how did you get involved in working with the caucus, and just how did it become part of your life in this way?
Yeah, of course. So I had a pretty unconventional journey to Hip Hop Caucus. At first, I was working with Edelman. Edelman is a PR firm. I was there for 2 years, and coincidentally, I worked in their energy and environment space.
Okay.
And in that, I learned a lot about how they do their own marketing, right? And what we consider greenwashing, right? Because it is. I understood that I couldn't be a part of that. And so I ended up choosing a different route. Got into the nonprofit space for a little bit and started doing some labor work. And as we know, labor and climate are intersected in many ways. Ended up working on some climate issues with Public Citizen, which was doing a partnership with Hip Hop Caucus. And I met Liz Hafstad, shout out to Liz, and we were able to make it work 4 years later.
I'm really curious because you said you made a comment about not being comfortable or not being able to sit in like the dishonesty, right?
Yeah.
Which is such a big part of this conversation. People don't really know what's true and what's not.
Yep.
How do you kind of make sure, or how do you push for people to be able to tell the difference between like what is a factual statement and what is accurate and what is greenwashing? Like, how do you empower people with that knowledge? Because I know people struggle to understand how information is presented and what's factual and what's being greenwashed.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest piece of it is knowing your messenger and being able to link with someone who is already a trusted voice in the community and letting them know what the facts are through that voice.
Nice.
Because as we know, we can have every truth. We can have every truth, but it doesn't matter if someone has a larger megaphone and a larger budget to spread disinformation.
Yeah.
We see that often.
Absolutely.
We are being asked by our producers to shift a little bit, so we are going to walk a couple of ways. Yep.
Okay,
You okay?
sorry.
No problem.
Is that better?
Okay. So, a little bit more? Like right?
Sorry? We're just moving about a bit here, guys. Do they want us in the middle?
I think they want us in the middle. You want us in the middle?
That's this way then.
Or is it a...
Yeah. This is all live. This is what happens when it's live.
Okay.
It looks great here, by the way. Is this good?
I think so. We could also move up.
Yeah?
Is that better?
Tell me a little bit more about this venue. Oh,
Say it again?
tell me a little bit more about this venue and why you guys chose it.
So we've been in the Helen Mills Theater. Give me 1 second,
Oh, yeah,
because
sure.
we're a little out of frame.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a producer's note. Can we have the camera shift as well? Like if we're moved, the camera needs to move too. If we're moving, the camera needs to move too. Yeah, so.
Like, yeah. Yeah, that's better, right?
Okay.
Okay.
So we can go as far as we need. We just need the camera to move with us.
Yeah. Okay, this way?
There we go.
This way? I'm gonna go flying over.
We are live,
We
guys.
are live and then moving
flying.
us.
We love it.
This is such an amazing atmosphere.
It really is. We
It
chose this
is.
venue.
Yeah,
we
tell
were here
us.
for a couple different screenings in the past.
Nice.
And then we wanted to make sure that we hosted it in a space that was familiar to our audience, but also something that would feel intimate enough for us to have some
Yeah.
real authentic conversations
Yeah.
post-discussion.
Yeah, and it feels like a community space.
Yeah.
To be honest, it feels like a place where the community gathers. They're comfortable, and they come without any kind of. There's no judgment. It's just fully accepting, and I think that's important because it helps people let their guard down to have those conversations you're talking about. So I love that.
Absolutely. So I think we're going to be joined by Roshetta Sibley-Ozane next. If you don't know Roshetta, she is a phenomenal environmental justice warrior based in Louisiana. She is the founder and executive director of Vessel Project of Louisiana. And she does incredible work to fight and protect our communities against LNG terminals and LNG exports in that area, which we know have caused so many public health issues for our communities. We would love to have our producers have Roshetta Ozane join us for our next interview. But as we wait for Roshetta,
Yeah. Have you met her before? Have you met her before?
We've met a couple of times. Yeah, she's done some work with the Caucus, but also when we're in Louisiana, Roshetta is found.
Yeah.
So we like to make sure that when she comes into our space, she's taken care of, and when we go to Louisiana, it's all love.
I have to say, I feel like the word about the Hip Hop Caucus is spreading. Like, I feel like all around the states where I've been, people are asking and they know about you. So you're doing a really good job of putting yourselves out there, definitely. Oh, she's ready?
Okay. So before we get to Roshetta, we are going to connect with a fabulous environmental justice warrior by the name of Elizabeth Yampierre. If you've watched Underwater Projects, you know that Elizabeth was featured in our film, and she is the executive director of Uprose, a nonprofit in Brooklyn that is doing amazing things to make sure that their community is protected against folks who want to come in and displace that community, as well as be able to build up in places that don't even center our voices. And so with that, we'll have Elizabeth.
Fantastic.
Hello, good evening. How are you? I'm doing well. It's good to see you.
Lovely to meet you.
Absolutely. We were telling our audience, so we are live on our YouTube, Facebook, and all social media channels, noting that Underwater Project is tonight for the green carpet premiere. We are hosting this with the hope that once we get more information out about how we can protect our communities against environmental injustice and against environmental racism, that we have the tools necessary to fight. And no one knows that better than you, running UpRose, being able to make sure that your community is not only protected from folks who want to come in and push you out, but also center that voice and be able to fight back in a really meaningful way. I was at the DC screening for Emergent City, and I was at the edge of my seat every time you all would come on and talk about the community and how well you all fought to maintain that space. Can you tell us a little bit more about that fight and how it interconnects with environmental justice fights across the country?
Absolutely. You know, I often talk about how this movement is multidimensional and how we work at the intersection of all the isms, right? The sad part is that whenever we have victories, other people come, supplant us, push us out, and take advantage of the opportunities that we've created. That comes generation after generation. These films are really important because it reaches a broader audience, and we don't always have the capacity and the resources to reach all the people that need to be reached. And so this is a tool that elevates our narrative and our story and our struggle and makes it accessible and digestible for people in the neighborhood, in the hood, you know? So our fight, you know, I've been fighting for a minute, but that particular fight was a really big one because we were fighting against a developer with lots of money. And we were told we were gonna lose. It was a David and 3 Goliaths fight, right? But people have power, and we're smart, right? Who are we, right? So, yeah, that was really exciting. And tonight we have the community premiere of that film at UpRose right now, and I'm here with the Rev.
We appreciate you being here so much, definitely.
We do, and actually that brings me to my next question. You know, the Hip Hop Caucus is celebrating its 20th year anniversary this year, all year long. And I was curious to know, how did you kind of come to be connected with the caucus, or how did you become aware of the work they were doing and team up to kind of amplify efforts together?
Well, I'm an Afro-Indigenous Boricua, and I, you know, my grandfather was Haitian, I'm Puerto Rican, and hip-hop started in the South Bronx, and so half my family's from the Bronx, the other half lives in Brooklyn, and it was called the Hip Hop Caucus. And the name,
it's very attractive.
And for me, that was like, are you kidding? That is the genre of resistance, right? And then I got to meet the Rev, and the Rev was down in New Orleans. He's been literally in every community where there is struggle, dealing with extreme policing to extreme weather. And so it made sense to me to connect and support and be part of something that I think is transformational. Like just what it's called alone, the name alone tells a story. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us tonight. We hope you have an amazing time, and please keep doing the work. We are being told by our producers that we have a few more folks ahead of us, so we're gonna keep it moving.
Okay.
But if you're just tuning in, if you're just tuning in,
nice meeting you.
this is the green carpet premiere of Underwater Projects, a film that we created to tell the story about environmental justice issues in Norfolk, Virginia. I think our next person we'll be joined by, again, is now Rasheda Ozain. And I think as we move forward, our producers want us to ask one question, and so we'll just kind of pass it back and forth.
It's so hard. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Yes, enjoy the event.
Is that okay? Oh, I think there's a photo. There's a photograph here. Let's move it out of the way. Just one question?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So we are off camera right now, taking a
Sorry?
so that Elizabeth.
They're taking a photograph of you.
Go
Could
take
you
a pic-
spin her around? Yeah, sorry. The photographer's there. You okay?
Oh, yeah. Her story brought me to tears. I was like, wait a minute.
I know. Hi. Hey, can we do a couple of videos? Okay. Yeah. Have coffee over here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So if you're just tuning in, we are live for the Underwater Project's premiere. You come. It's good. We're live for the Underwater Project's green carpet premiere.
I'm good, thank you.
As with live events, things kind of run as we make it happen. But this is the Hip Hop Caucus. When you talk about the Hip Hop Caucus and everything that we do to make change in the community, we want to make sure that three things happen. I think we're in.
Sorry.
So we want to make sure three things happen. One, we hip to inform, we hop to move folks to action, and we do it together with the caucus. Now we are back joined with our wonderful environmental justice warrior, Rasheda Sibley-Ozane. Rasheda, thank you for joining us tonight. And
we're in a good
okay, I
place
think
now.
So again, Rasheda is the founder and executive director of Vessel Project in Louisiana, doing incredible work to fight against environmental racism in Louisiana, particularly with LNG terminals and exports in that space. Thank you for joining us tonight. We have just one question for you, and I'll pass it to my amazing co-host, Samara Pattinson, to kick us off.
Thank you. I think the question I wanted to ask you is, so much of the work you're doing tackles these really heavy, substantial subjects. And I can only imagine how that is for you, just kind of battling that and then going out there to kind of face the work that needs to be done. But on an optimistic kind of note, I was curious to know what gives you hope for the future, for our kind of communities, for a greener, cleaner, safer community space for all of us? Like, what are the things that make you feel that hope for the future?
Thank you so much for asking me that. You know, I'm here in New York for Climate Week with all 6 of my children. My 6-year-old, he spoke today at an event that we did in front of Citibank, who is financing these fossil fuel projects. My 12-year-old, she spoke today about the issues that she has because of this pollution, and they ended up on Democracy Now! And in Climate News. And so those are the things that give me hope, because I know that even if I don't get to see the things that I'm fighting for come to fruition, that I have my 6 children and my grandbaby who are coming up right behind me, who are fighting just as hard to change the world.
That's incredible. Well done for kind of raising this next generation of warriors, and thank you for everything you're doing and for being here with us tonight. We're so honored.
Thank y'all so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Jarrell.
Thank you as well.
Thank you.
It's good seeing you.
Thank you.
We are now joined by Heather McTeer-Tony. Heather, how are you?
I'm going to come find you.
Yes, it's good to see you. Yeah, happy Climate Week to you as well.
Happy Climate Week.
Yes. Heather is the executive director of the Beyond Petrochemicals campaign, doing incredible work not only there but across the country and the world to fight for environmental justice for our communities. Heather, what inspired you to get involved in the movement?
Oh, it's the people, and I feel like we've all been involved in the movement, whether we know it or not, because every aspect of our lives has to do in some way with the water we drink, the land we stand on, the air that we breathe. It's one of the reasons why Underwater Projects is such an important story to be told, because it shows how we intersect in this movement in so many different ways.
Absolutely.
And thank you for being here. I mean, the Hip Hop Caucus is celebrating its 20th year. Yes. Just a quick one. I was curious, how did you come to be connected with them or to find out about their work?
Oh, wow. So Reverend Ewan and I go back a long way. To almost the very beginning. I remember in the Atlanta University Center, he was speaking. I was regional administrator for EPA in the Southeast. And, just talking about the impacts to minority communities and overburdened communities and telling a story that resonates with young people. I consider myself to still be in that hip-hop age. I might not move like I used to, but it's so critical that we have these voices that are talking right now. And I'm excited to see not only this first 20 years, but the next 20 years to come.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we won't hold you from the press. There are a ton of people who want to talk to you, but thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, I completely forgot to only ask one question.
Oh, no. Listen, we are rolling. That's one thing about the Hip Hop Caucus is that we once we are doing these events, we have so much fun with it. Yeah. And a lot of it is like you plan for some things and then you just kind of keep it rolling with
and
what we have.
everyone's so interesting.
Next we have up the wonderful Mama D. How are you?
I'm great. It's
Lovely to meet you. Lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So Mama D is the founder and executive director of Teams with a Purpose, which if you've watched Underwater Projects, and you will tonight, you will know how important the work that Mama D has done for the Norfolk community and the story that is being shared with the world tonight. Mama D, first off, how are you?
I am well. I'm thrilled to be here and happy to represent our whole community tonight. So thanks for having me.
Absolutely. When you look at the impact that Underwater Project has had, we've been featured in 10 film festivals this year. We're going to start community screenings across the country starting tonight. What do you want people to get from the film after they watch it?
First, I want to say that is shown all over, brings our little tiny voices to the surface. So we're not underwater in this moment with you elevating us in that way. And what I want people to see is the community, the beautiful people that are still here, but striving to stay afloat in a crisis, that we all can make a difference, make an impact, and turn around before it's too late.
Absolutely. We thank you so much for making the time to be here. It's a long journey from Norfolk, but we are excited to see you in New York tonight.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Feel free to talk to some of the press here. There's many people who would love to have a conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is so...
warm. I love her.
Yes. listen.
Mama D. I
Mama
wanted to
D is like the way she earned that name just by being who she is in the community. I don't even know if I know her real
name. Exactly. That could be our challenge for this evening.
Yes. We're now joined by Bruno. Bruno, who is an amazing strategist at Good Energy, has done so many. Actually, I will let you talk about the recent wins and successes with Good Energy, because we just heard from Bruno in the We Shall Breathe Summit about how Good Energy translates and intersects climate storytelling into many entertainment platforms across the world. So Bruno, what is one thing that you want folks to get from your efforts in making sure that climate not only is just a moment in the episode, but about the entire episode?
Of course, yeah. So, I mean, in terms of Good Energy, one of our recent successes, I would say, is the climate reality check that we just released. It's a Bechdel test for climate change. We released it during the Oscars, and it's already getting picked up by different organizations to measure the presence of climate in TV and film. And honestly, one of my takeaways and ways to think about putting climate change into your story is that I keep hearing, oh, climate change is a little preachy of a topic to put in stories. Like, why would I put it in a story? It's a little preachy. And my hot take is that if your story sounds preachy, the writing's not good enough. Yeah. Like, write better. You know, there's so many amazing stories out in the world that drive forth really amazing, important social messages, have an incredible sense of impact, and they don't feel preachy. Like, I'm sure you can name 5 right now on the top of your head. And so that's a message that I want to send forth. Don't let yourself be daunted by this idea of being too preachy. See it as a challenge. Don't feel daunted by being too doomy and gloomy. See it as a challenge. There's so many stories out there that are delightful, joyful, funny, tear-jerking, romantic, that incorporate the climate crisis seamlessly. And really any writer can do it. So that's really what Good Energy is here for, to support writers as they go on that journey.
Incredible. Thank you so much for being here. And we are celebrating the 20th years of the Hip Hop Caucus. Yeah. So just wanted a quick word from you on what the Hip Hop Caucus means to you and kind of how it's brought to your community.
I mean, I feel like I have a personal relationship with the Hip Hop Caucus. We worked so closely for the past year developing a workshop at the intersection of climate change and race, really about writing stories at that intersection in a much better way. And I think through that, I got to know the people who work at the organization in a completely new way. And Rev, honestly, is the best climate speaker I've ever seen. I think no one's been able to move me to tears about climate change from a hopeful way other than him. And I think that goes to speak to what the Hip Hop Caucus is at its core and what it does. I mean, it is a really moving and amazing and impactful organization full of great people. So I'm really grateful for y'all, and congrats on the anniversary.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. And thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Yes. Enjoy the event. I love the work that Good Energy does.
Yeah, their playbook.
100%.
And the thing is, I love that they're aligning with Hollywood and they're using that platform to push those conversations in the mainstream spaces. They're doing phenomenal work. And they have such a representative team as well, which is really good.
If you're just tuning in, I am joined by an amazing co-host, Samantha Pattinson, who is the founder of Black Pearl, an amazing sustainable fashion powerhouse. We love to see it.
Thank you.
We also have a few people in the building who you may not see on camera tonight, but definitely want to name Dr. Robert Bullard of the Bullard Center. Dr. Beverly Wright of Deep South Center. It's an amazing gathering. I'm glad to see
Jerome Foster.
so many. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not doing not too bad. I'm not too bad.
We are now joined by Jerome's going to take a quick photo for press because we got to we got to get that Getty hit.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly.
Everybody
You're surprised I knew who he was, right? Well, like I said, I know I'm a British born, but I've been living here, and you see these figures in the community at event after event after event, like doing the circuit, and you get familiar with them, and you start seeing like how much work and effort they're putting in, and now here he is.
Yes, absolutely.
How did you come to meet Jerome?
So I came across Jerome when we were doing a podcast for The Coolest Show.
Yeah.
So The Coolest Show is a podcast with Hip Hop Caucus that is running in its 6th season now. That features Black and brown voices in the climate movement, doing amazing work. We'll learn a little bit about Jerome here in a second, but his work with the White House. Hello, sir. How are you? I'm doing well.
Good to see you.
Yes. Absolutely. I'll pass it to Samada, but first I just wanted to thank you for being here. One of our amazing guests that we've had on The Coolest Show before, but also excited to see you here for Happy Climate Week.
Thank you for being here. So, I mean, for those who might not know about your work, but I'd be surprised if they didn't because you've been doing such phenomenal, impactful work. I'm curious to know, like, what fuels you? Like, what really drives you to do the work you're doing right now at the intersection of culture, climate, and sustainability?
Yeah, I think it's amazing events like this where we're seeing our community come together and to be seen on massive stages and to be taken as account because for so many generations and for so many years, the civil rights movement has been pushing the envelope. And now the environmental movement is doing the same thing, from Dr. Peggy Shepard to Dr. Robert Bullard. Like, those champions are here today to say that civil rights are human rights and human rights are environmental rights. And that's what today is about. It's about celebrating Black culture and Black community, and that we're worthy of climate investment, that we're leading climate investment. And I think we're not only just being able to be at the table, but we're creating our own spaces and creating our own tables and being the entrepreneurs who are leading that future. Because our ancestors would have wanted nothing less than for us to be able to create our own spaces and to lead our own lives.
Absolutely. But again, thank you for being here. Enjoy the event. We have some press who may want to talk with you as well. But yeah, enjoy.
Thank you for being here. It's good to see you again. Thank you.
Have a good one. So we have just a few minutes left of the live green carpet before we show the Underwater Project's premiere. But the last few questions that I have, or last question I would say for you, Samada.
Oh, for me? Okay.
Is what's next? You've done so much over your career, and you have literally, I was in awe of just like accolade after accolade after accolade. What do you see for the next 5-10 years for Samada Pattinson?
I'm just really passionate about education, to be honest with you. I think education and storytelling, I think, are the two directions I want to kind of see my head in, because I think we need to write better curriculum. I think our communities are not well reflected in the curriculum we have right now, especially in the fashion industry. We're not being positioned as pioneers or thought leaders. We're being positioned as the recipients of waste only. So I think educating and restructuring that balance, so we are teaching young minds early that they are other than what they're being taught that they are. And then storytelling. I mean, this is where I feel like I can make an impact. You know, storytelling from diverse perspectives. I'm a British-born Ghanaian, so I always have a global South perspective when I'm trying to communicate something. So I think that's what you can expect from me. What about from you?
From me, wow. Well, first, you're already making an impact. And that impact is felt throughout tons of communities that I'm in terms of every time I wear something that is sustainable, from a collection that you've recommended, folks are like, that is fire. Like, where did you get that? And I'm like, you don't know my girl Samada. She be doing it, right? So in terms of what's next for me, honestly, we're creating legacies. I tell folks all the time that sometimes we get stuck in celebrating our ancestors for the amazing work that they did without doing the work to create legacies of our own. And that is the goal. We're now joined by Malik. How are you, sir?
Good.
Good to see you.
Samantha.
Samantha?
Samantha, yeah. Samantha. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Well
we
done. You
are
nailed it.
live at WeShallBreathe.com talking about the Underwater Project's Green Carpet premiere. We are joined by we just met with Mama D, and we're now joined by Malik Jordan, who had the amazing idea to create a garden that takes carbon emissions out of the air in his neighborhood in Norfolk, Virginia. Wanted to, first, thank you for the journey coming up from 757. We appreciate that. Yeah, of course. This film is being showed everywhere tonight. What do you want folks to get from it?
What I really want folks to get from the film tonight, be the change that you want to see. Like, when I started the garden, I was just a teenager, like 14, 15, maybe even younger than that. And like, if you want to see change, be the change. So I came to a trusted adult, Mama D, and said, hey, I want to do this to feed my community, to provide jobs for teenagers like me. And like, it happened. So like, be the change that you want to be. And also, like, be risk takers and be change makers. Yeah.
Definitely. Be the change you want to see. In terms of us being innovative, that's all we can do. And if we want to see our liberation in our lifetime, we can't wait.
Yeah.
We can't wait. We don't have time.
Yeah, we don't.
So appreciate you being here. There are a lot of lovely folks who would love to talk to you. And Mama D is right here if you haven't seen her tonight. So, yeah.
I appreciate y'all.
Thank you so much. That was very inspiring. Thank you. Thank you. He's wonderful. What an incredible jacket.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Jacket
He came
vibe.
through.
Definitely vibe.
Wow, it's getting so busy. I love it.
Yeah, so
And we've got Genesis Butler as well. She just came in. She was one of the icons as well. She's part of the shoot.
Genesis Butler is another powerhouse in talking about teenagers. She is a teenager. She won't be old enough to vote in this election, but she is a member of our Artivist class, making sure that folks her age and a little bit older who can vote are able to get registered and are able to show up to the polls wherever they are in the country.
Yeah, and she's been doing this since she was like 6 or something. It's so wild. To me, it's so wildly inspiring, the idea that there is no ceiling and there is no kind of age at which you cannot participate. Like, she's been doing this from being a young child to now, and she's not slowing down. It's so inspiring.
So, yeah, she's one of the few young people I've met who has a story like that, but is so hungry and humble.
Yeah.
She was at the climate mixer yesterday, and it was just like, I just want to make sure that we all eat and we all thrive.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yes, that is exactly what we need to do.
Yeah, and she's deeply rooted in her knowledge of subject as well. So even though there's this calm, quiet way about her, she is so ferocious with her facts, and I find that so inspiring when someone's that well-read, you know? Yeah.
Definitely an angelic voice for our time.
Yeah.
One of the more angelic voices.
Agree.
So this does conclude the Green Carpet premiere of Underwater Projects. Next, in a few minutes, you will see a few of us having some remarks about the film and how you can host a screening in your community. If you go to hhc.fyi/screening, you can request to host a screening in your community now through Election Day. One of our goals is to get up to 100 screenings before Election Day. So again, if you go to hhc.fyi/screening or text screening to 79591, you will be sent a link that gives you access to the film and to host a screening in your community. And we hope We hope that you're able to do that.
Yeah, we do. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Things are wrapping up, and if you're not familiar with this venue, everyone is heading downstairs for the theater. But again, Samara, thank you so much.
No, thank you for having me. Honestly, since moving here, the Hip Hop Caucus has been an anchor for community, and you guys continue to inspire and educate us and bring us into the fold. So thank you for having me, honestly. Thank you. I'm excited to watch this.
Awesome. We will talk soon. Stay tuned. We're going to take about a
Thank you.
Microphone checker, 1, 2, checker. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Good evening. How you doing? Welcome, welcome to the Hip Hop Caucus We Shall Breathe Summit. Did y'all enjoy yourselves in the first round? Did we feed you all good? That's wonderful. We thank y'all for coming out to the Hip Hop Caucus event for the New York Climate Week. And right now, I'm not going to be on this mic long, but we want to thank the one and only our president and CEO of the Hip Hop Caucus, Reverend Yearwood.
So we're going to get right to the film, but I have to say a couple of things. First and foremost, I want to thank the Hip Hop Caucus team. Please give it up for the whole team who's been amazing. 20 years, Hip Hop Caucus turned 20 years earlier this month, and it's been an amazing journey. There are so many people to thank. You're going to see a lot of them in the film, but definitely want to thank, I saw Mama D and Malik and my dear sister, Elizabeth and Pierre, and there's going to be many, many others who are in the film. I want to thank all of them for just giving themselves. Without a doubt, I want to thank the director of the film. Please go to Liz Halfstad. What I want to say in this film, so you can kind of just take this in. I've been doing this work. Want to say maybe it was someone maybe even born. I don't know where she is. Hopefully she's down here. But when I was born, Dr. Beverly Wright. I don't know where she is. She here downstairs? She just upstairs. Okay, well, this is good then. She'll miss this part. Because usually at this point, Elizabeth, she talks about how she used to change my diapers. And I think she always just says that to humble me, just to keep me, which it actually does. Because when somebody tells you, you know what, Heather, when somebody tells you they change your diapers, you can't, ain't nowhere else to go but from there, you know what I mean? So, but that was phenomenal because she did that. And I wanted to just raise it up because I was born pretty much on the campus at Grambling State University. Yeah, shout out Tigers, Grambling. Even though I didn't go to Grambling, they got mad with the Howard, so, you know, I didn't get no HU, I didn't get no UNOs on that. I don't know where Brittany's at. That's my hired Hip Hop Caucus HU gun on that part of the process. But I just want to say that what's important from my birth to now is that it was literally, looking back on it, looks crazy now, college students who were carrying me around campus, helping my mom when I was on campus. And I say that because it was even young black women who have had an amazing instinct to even join themselves together, even when they're in college, to take care of our people. That doesn't change at all. And I think that how we solve this climate crisis is actually if we have particularly black, brown, indigenous, women of color, young people, queer people leading this movement. I actually think the more we have of that than what we actually see throughout Climate Week, we will actually see more solutions. This is Hip Hop Caucus, which does a great job doing production. You'll see this film, and what you'll notice immediately, I will tell you, is that it is not trauma porn. You will probably cry. You may get emotional. You'll definitely laugh with Wanda Sykes. But what you will not do, you will not feel sorry for black and brown and indigenous people. And that's the kind of films that we need to create moving forward. We are both, we understand that we are the ones who are most impacted, but we are the ones who can provide the solutions. And so what I would just say as I close my remarks, I want to thank people, obviously my folks over at Bloomberg. I see Heather McTeer-Tony and others. Yes, give it up. for their support of this process, because obviously no cash, no cause, as they tell me in this thing. But what I want to say to you is this: you're going to see an amazing film. I was at another film festival, not to be named. That was a room that was predominantly white. And after that, there'll be a discussion after this film. After that, some people literally told me they were not people of color, but they had literally said, "Is that film real? Is the film we just saw, is that realistic?" Meaning that seeing Black, brown, indigenous, young people, queer people, not just fighting the crisis, but also being the solution for the crisis, stunned them. And that hit me to my heart, because I was like, this film made you think that this wasn't realistic? And I realized that, in the philanthropy world, we're here this week, that we know that 1.3, if now more, $billion goes out to advocacy, to fighting the climate crisis. But only 1.3% of that money goes to organizations that are led by indigenous, people of color, and women. And so what I would say is this: while we're fighting for a Justice 40, we need to have a Justice 40 not only in federal government, but also in philanthropy. So I just want to make sure that's clear. And I also just want to make sure that we have more folks. We had a lot of folks on the film team. All those who worked on the film with Liz, just kind of raise your hand. Yeah, there you go. These are your photographers. These are your directors, assistant directors, producers, all of them who were there, who did this film. And I just want to say that it's been said that in Hollywood now, if you're creating a film that doesn't discuss the environment, then you are truly creating a science fiction film. So with that, thank you. You will enjoy this amazing film. But thank you for leaving this film inspired and ready to fight for liberation of our people. We must do that so we can all become good ancestors. Enjoy Underwater Projects.
Family members in Katrina. The thing about Katrina, I lost 5 family members in Katrina. The thing about Katrina, the levees, we feel that they were compromised in order to save the areas that were more prosperous. When the water came, it was up to your neck, and for some people over your head. So families had to make a choice, like this pole right here. How many people can hold on to the pole? The ones that couldn't, they got washed away.
I am originally from Louisiana. All right now, I like that. After Hurricane Katrina, if you can go to a place that was just like that, that was below sea level, that had the same economic disparity, that is worse than New Orleans was. I said that can't be possible. No, there is a place in this country that if they were hit by a Category 1 storm, it would have more disastrous effects. I said, well, where is that place? I'll be there. They said the Hampton Roads, Norfolk area.
I was born in this city in a part called Lambert's Point, a section of the city that knows too well the flooding. We lost homes, we've lost property, we've lost people. The St. Paul's Development Project is a major concern for me. Over 7,000 Black residents being displaced, addressing sea level rise. And it's also given opportunity from those from the west side, the wealthy whites, to encroach on the poor Blacks and take their land.
When the water comes, I can't promise you that the people that you put in office is gonna come and look out for y'all.
When you are elected, and that's what God has a plan for you, please don't forget about your people who are back in the community. I believe that the Hampton Roads Norfolk can be the place of solution. Yes, you're ground zero. Yes, you're in harm's way. But yes, you can be the solution to the rest of the country and the world to fix this climate crisis.
People keep saying Hampton Roads. What does that mean from your perspective?
Hampton Roads is a way of defining at least 7 cities or surrounding cities, and so we're one big family.
In 1607, some of the earliest colonists would show up here, but shortly after they showed up, the first enslaved Africans in English North America would land somewhere in this area. They landed here, about 20 and odd, and this is a beautiful place, but it has a lot of historical elements to it that relate to African Americans.
Norfolk is one of the top 3 areas in the country vulnerable to sea level rise and coastal flooding. You know, people that live here, this happens almost daily. What's, they call nuisance flooding is becoming chronic. At some point in time, chronic becomes debilitating.
Is it safe? Is it safe for the fish in this environment?
It was a very polluted river.
I was gonna ask, is this like typical, like, oh, it's fun, it's King Tide Day? And
My bad,
out?
is this safe for people? I went straight to the fish.
You was worried about the fish, they live
Wait,
here.
is that bass gonna be okay?
There are other places in the area that aren't yet flooding from tides. But when sea level rise comes up, there will be new places that resemble this.
I remember one time we had a real bad storm and the underpass was literally flooded. That's 15 feet and it's flooded like it was like an Olympic swimming pool.
You be driving along and thinking things are fine, and then all of a sudden you're in a big puddle of water that gets deeper.
My son was driving, the water came in so quickly, he couldn't open his doors. I got a phone call with him devastated about, the fear of drowning.
Is that part of life that we grow up thinking about? You know what? Your car might get flooded. Yeah. You don't think that you need a boat too?
The nor'easter that happened a few years back where they really did have the kayaks and Ocean View. Like in the middle of the street, they had boats.
And then you have to think about the seniors that will not leave their home during these storms.
I'm not trying to see my area on the news with body counts and we can't find this person, we can't find these people, whole neighborhoods are gone. Like, I'm not trying to see that. We've gotten very close a bunch of times, and what's happening now is obviously not working.
Most Americans think action needs to be taken right now to address climate change.
The United States will withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord.
What do you believe about the science of climate change, and what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
We spend billions of dollars now on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. And here's the deal.
Talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion. It will destroy our country.
So I'm Mama D. I'm the founder and the CEO for Teens with a Purpose. Thousands of teenagers have come through this program since we started in 1996. Every day when I come in, I think about a hurricane. In a minute, it can all be swept away. I've seen the flood wall and how it stops at the St. Paul's Quadrant, and I equate that to how intentionally this city was designed for one community to have certain things and for the community with the public housing to have less things.
So in downtown, we have a flood wall, and if you notice, if I go up, to say a pretty severe flood event, normally this would flood. If I go back to this historic map, downtown Norfolk's right here. There used to be a creek here. It would be severely flooded if we did not have a downtown flood wall.
Why didn't it originally get built to extend that far?
It's hard to say exactly why back then, but I think it's probably sort of how the benefit cost analysis came out. This is $1 billion a year in tax revenues for the city, and this public housing and what little bits over here is a few $100,000. And then you look at where the flood happens. Folks that are socially vulnerable are actually in these more flood-prone areas.
Friendly refers to those communities that are most vulnerable to extreme weather events and the communities that have endured a history of austerity and neglect, of racism, the ones that are dealing with COVID, the ones that are dealing with cops, the ones that are dealing with climate change, the same communities. Those are that's the front line.
Native people of Hampton Roads area were the Kickintan, which is Newport News and Hampton, the Chesapeakes, who were Virginia Beach and Norfolk, the Nasman, which was part of Suffolk, Norfolk, Chesapeake, Isle of Wight. The waterways were our highways.
When we talk about climate change, it feels a little bit like a continuation of the destruction that we watched for the past 400 years. We knew from the beginning that cutting down the entire old-growth forest in Virginia was not going to be a good idea, but that didn't stop the English from doing it.
You know, Wanda Sykes is a Portsmouth native.
You may just do a read through. Good catch. Asbestos? Yeah, we say asbestos in Norfolk. All right, so here's a super abridged history of Norfolk. Around 35 million years ago, a rock from space slammed into what is now Virginia, and besides really ruining the days of a couple of dinosaurs, it also left an intense crater, which made the water around what is now Norfolk deep. Fast forward to when Virginia was a colony. Pirates from the Caribbean bought tobacco from farmers in the area, and then probably smoked it back at their island bases with Jack Sparrow or whatever. The important thing is that they didn't pay taxes, which made the King of England so damn mad. To get in on that pirate tobacco money, can I say booty? The king built a port and forced all of the ships to do their business there so he could tax them. Thinking ahead wasn't exactly the King of England's cup of tea. So he built this port stupidly by simply filling all the creeks and rivers with a ton of dirt and called it good. You might be wondering, why no one warned the King of England about this being a really bad idea? Trust me, people totally did. A lot. When the king started filling rivers with dirt, the Powhatan people who'd lived there for a long time and had at least a basic grasp of physics said, hey, don't fill in the creeks and rivers. The water is going to find a way to flow in its natural paths. And the king said, nah, I got this. And the Powhatan people said, are you sure? And the king said, ooh, I can't understand your mystical native language. And the Powhatan said, dude, we're speaking English. And the king said, sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of all this colonialism. LOL. Until the Powhatan said, whatever, man, rolled their eyes and left the chat. Now, hundreds of years later, as Norfolk started flooding, people are all shock face emoji about it. Oh, I just got a notification from my news app. It turns out Norfolk is flooding because of sea level rise from the climate crisis and from the water finding its natural pre-colonial past. Wow, who would have saw that coming? Oh, right, everybody. In short, if you want to blame someone for Norfolk flooding, blame the King of England and the climate crisis. And for the record, if I had $1 for every time Black, Indigenous, and people of color told colonizers to stop doing something dumb as hell, and the colonizers did it anyway and effed everything up for everybody, I would have $1 kajillion. Ka-ching!
We know why people may want to leave. Why should people come here?
Norfolk has 5 wonderful, comprehensive institutions of higher learning. Norfolk has an international airport. Norfolk has a port. Norfolk has a cruise terminal. Norfolk is the only city with light rail. So Norfolk is the place where we want you to come to live, to work, to play, and to create.
I'm ready to pack my bags.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's go to Norfolk.
Let me get on the rail.
Let's move in.
You're a veteran of the Navy?
No, my husband is, but I'm an Army brat.
Okay.
My dad's retired Army.
I was in ROTC in high school, and that's the
That doesn't
extent.
count.
That don't count? NJROTC?
Yak is a Chinese soul food. It's been around for a very long time.
You do soy sauce?
Yes, please.
Okay. Soy sauce, please. Thank you.
And you do a little ketchup.
Man, this is where it gets hard to...
What is something that you hold dear to yourself about Norfolk?
It's a melting pot between the HBCUs that are here, Norfolk State HU, between the largest naval base in the world here. It's everybody that has different types of backgrounds, and they all come together here. That's what I loved about this area.
So the naval base in Norfolk
equates for the largest percentage of any industry. There's also the Langley Air Force Base, NASA. We need to take action on climate. And I think the military understands the seriousness of it, but the region has to also be a part of it because naval officers and seamen are going to be living in the community.
Like any classic story, all of this takes us straight to the American military and the global pursuit for oil. The climate crisis has caused a lot of the Arctic to melt, creating new waterways, which means new access to oil resources. Cha-ching! In 2018, Trump decided to protect this sweet crude oil by reinstating our Navy's second fleet, which Obama had decommissioned back when he was in the White House. But where do we place a whole ass fleet of the U.S. Navy? That's right, fancy pants, Hampton Roads, which hosts the largest Navy base in the world, Naval Station Norfolk. Not only is Naval Station Norfolk home to the Second Fleet, it is also home to 80,000 active duty service members, most of America's F-22 fighters, and 75 ships. Virginia receives more defense spending than any other state. But all this military infrastructure is going underwater from the same melting ice that the Second Fleet from Norfolk is up in the Arctic patrolling. Yeah, messed up. The fate of public housing residents in the St. Paul's district of Norfolk and the fate of our military are tied together in a very real way.
From what I have been told from older people around the surrounding area, that in the 70s, they were actually built to be naval homes. I guess the Navy didn't like them, and when they didn't move into them, they then converted them as a way for the city to make money for low-income housing.
Mayors before and others have attempted to address the flooding, the lack of connectivity, because St. Paul's, for the most part, was cut off from the rest of the city, the rest of downtown, and that was done intentional. At one point, you didn't have any streets that actually, went through St. Paul's. You had to, the persons who had cars had to park on the periphery. And these are barrack-style homes that were built more than 60 years ago. Public housing, at the time, it was new housing. But the model hadn't changed. Very little redevelopment and improvements to that infrastructure.
Mayor Alexander is spitting facts, but in order to fully understand highways and St. Paul's public housing projects, let's get some context. In the 1930s housing crisis, amidst the Great Depression, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, aka FDR, aka Young New Deal, proposed that public housing be the new wave. Utopias for poor Americans envisioned as thriving communities to live, laugh, love, learn, and take no more L's. Hopefully, even move on up. With the New Deal came the Federal Housing Administration and the GI Bill, aka you get a mortgage and you get a mortgage, everyone gets a mortgage! Dope, right? Well, not for black people. They weren't giving these mortgages to us. And then in the 40s, the corporate bigwigs got their hair pieces and monocles together to ask, how are we going to get this economy on and popping once more? You know how those monocles talk. And came up with one answer: highways. Boom! So the car companies and developers got their lobby on, and we got the Federal Highway Act of 1956. Highway construction chopped through poor black and brown communities within cities, displacing people from their homes and cutting off their neighborhoods from the rest of the city, while literally paving the way for white flight to the suburbs. And for black and brown communities, all of this sucked more than a 1960s vacuum cleaner. Finally, the Fair Housing Act of 1968 was passed. However, redlining and racist mortgage lending had a 34-year head start, and with highways actively displacing black and brown families, to put it lightly, fair housing had a bumpy rollout. By the 80s, the media narrative of public housing failures had won out, and ever since, it's been a slow and steady effort to tear down public housing and enter into a new era of policy solutions for low-income families who need housing assistance. St. Paul's, like many public housing communities around the country, is more prone to climate flooding than the rest of the city, further complicating the question of what to do about public housing and families who need housing support.
Black folks have a lot to worry about, but we're very resilient, and we understand that this is an issue that affects us more than everybody else. This myth that black and brown people don't have the resources or time to address the climate crisis. They have been addressing climate injustice in a lot of ways that people just haven't really called climate work.
People like to think climate refugees are somewhere else, but there are climate refugees right here in the United States. They are uprooted from their culture, from their traditions, from their beliefs, from everything that makes them have a longer life.
Welcome to Fire Farms, the hottest peppers on the block. Got my man Daquan right here. About to take you through soup to nuts. But we won't make no soup, we won't make no nuts. We got these jalapenos. What else we got in the market?
We got some jalapenos, some bell peppers, some collards.
Keep going.
And some apple trees.
Apple trees, bars, apple trees.
So y'all have the community garden outside, and I heard that it was kind of your idea with what?
Yeah, it was a food desert. We couldn't go nowhere. We needed something here. So I thought of the garden, and Mama D, she was like, all right, let's do it.
I think the first thing I noticed was the impact it had on the sound of traffic. Somehow the garden buffered it. It sounded softer. We used to mainly smell car fumes, and we didn't smell them anymore because we were growing things. Flooding, look around, they just look like a big circle with soil and some flowers growing out of it, but it absorbed the rain, and there was less flooding.
The other thing is, and that what we've seen often, is that when we invest in our communities and we green them up, and we hook them up with green amenities, that we get displaced from the communities we've been fighting for. Think about it. You spend your life breathing in bad air, drinking bad water, and you give your extra time, you give your spirit in trying to transform it so that privileged people can then just push you right out. My God, that is exactly what is happening in every one of our neighborhoods.
We're here in Chesterfield Heights, which is one of the first big neighborhood projects here in Norfolk to make the neighborhood more resilient to sea level rise. It's about a $1.2 million project. The people here in Chesterfield Heights, when we brought the students in, they would meet with the community, come up with designs, go back and say, this is what you want? No, that'll never work. This street doesn't work that way, whatever. In St. Paul's, there really wasn't that kind of engagement in what do you want to see your community look like in 10 years. It was more, this is what this community is going to look like in 10 years. The difference between Chesterfield Heights and St. Paul's is the ownership. In this neighborhood, a lot of owner-occupied, that house is owned by one person, a lot of owner-occupied houses. In St. Paul's, the city owns it.
You said you really don't focus on the why this is happening.
It can be hard depending on, so who's in the White House and things like that. We weren't allowed to call projects, sea level rise and flooding projects. They were infrastructure projects, right? So if you start getting into that why, at least in this administration, it can hurt your opportunity for funding and support from these agencies. So that's one way to think about the why. We don't get into the why, but regardless of the why, in the data, we know it's happening.
As obvious as it was said in this meeting, it was just like, well, we don't want to focus on why because then that would affect the money that we have to fund the project. And I think the essential part is to focus on why this is happening so we can protect it from not getting worse.
Let's talk about money, 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 money. I'm going to throw some numbers at you. The federal government promised Norfolk $30 million to break ground on redeveloping St. Paul's public housing, which is in a flood-prone area. $30 million is a lot of money, and that's cool of them. Or it would be cool of them if Norfolk didn't need $1 billion to get the St. Paul's redevelopment ready for all of this flooding. That's billion with 9 zeros. And that's just St. Paul's redevelopment. Norfolk overall needs an additional $1.8 billion to build its infrastructure. And the whole Hampton Roads area, that's 6 other cities, needs even more money. That's so much money. That money is to deal with flooding. They're gonna need a lot more cash if they want to be ready for hurricane season and the economic fallout of it all and the cost of human displacement. However, the price tag goes way down if we actually address the climate crisis. Throwing money at floods without addressing the climate crisis is like your house catching on fire, and instead of putting the fire out, you go on Google and buy a pair of underpants made out of asbestos. It'd be cheaper and way easier to just put the fire out, right? Investing in climate change solutions isn't gonna fix all of Norfolk's flooding problems. But if we address this stuff now, it's gonna cost way less than if we address it later. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some asbestos underpants to buy. My house isn't on fire. I just like how they look, okay?
The threat of false solutions is that it moves us slowly when climate change is moving really quickly. We're now living in the age of climate change, where we're seeing thousands of people completely disappear as a result of the impacts of greedy corporate extractors. Given what we know about climate change, 4 more years of Trump when he's already been aggressively deregulating environmental protections that protect our children. And remember that the solutions don't just lie in EPA, they in the Department of Labor, the Department of Energy, the Department of Agriculture. He has made it impossible for people to even say within those agencies climate change. I often use the example of Puerto Rico because it was close to 5,000 Puerto Ricans that died. And I say, if it had been 3,000 blonde-haired, blue-eyed women, they would have been up in arms about that. You can imagine what 4 years brings to us. It literally is almost a death sentence for so many of the people in our community.
Hold up. How are we the ones being hurt the worst by a climate crisis that we contribute to the least? Well, as School Biddy Gang always show us, behind every mystery is a rich white man. So let's follow the money. Ruh-roh. Fossil fuels, which are oil, coal, and natural gas, have to be extracted from the earth, refined and burned, creating pollution. Yeah, this turns out not great to breathe in. To add insult to injury, this pollution and toxic air is found in higher concentrations where Black people, indigenous folks, and people of color live. Study after study shows our families, friends, and kids are much more likely to live near these places and die because of pollution than white folks. For us, it's like taking one lifelong drag from a fossil fuel cigarette, which puts us at risk for, let's just say, a bunch of bad stuff. It's like a throwback mesothelioma commercial. Due to exposure to toxic pollutants, you may not be entitled to legal compensation, but you should be. Pollution heats up the planet and contributes to worldwide climate disasters, including but not limited to hurricanes, heat wave, food shortages leading to famine and starvation, the spread of infectious diseases, economic catastrophes, and mass displacement of whole populations in the global south and global north, including Norfolk, Virginia. Whew! And that's the short list. Systemic racism means that it's harder for people of color to bounce back from disasters, and we already have a lot of oppression on our plate. Just a sad-ass plate of injustice al dente that we didn't order with no help sprinkled on top. So a recap for those of you who might have gotten up to go to the bathroom. Old rich fossil fuel tycoons have all the money and buy politicians for the freedom to ruin our environment with fossil fuel swaggerless yacht parties and fracka-lacka-lacking. And we are left with dirty air, dirty water, climate disasters, health crises, shorter lifespans, and all this injustice that I have to remind you we did not order.
It's definitely going to take the younger generation connecting with the older generation and the politicians connecting with the creatives, you know what I'm saying? And we got to figure this out. We don't have any other choice but to figure this out for our future.
I think that Norfolk has a history of urban renewal being Negro removal. Whoever is going to be our representative on city council, I want to make sure that they speak to those issues. Everything that we do, from whether or not you have a stoplight, whether or not you have a street light, whether or not your water is cut on or not, all those things come from individuals who are elected in policy positions making decisions on your behalf.
It's local governments control almost all of the pieces that have to do with whether somebody stays or goes or is in the right place or the wrong place. Because local governments control land use, they control where the roads are, they control the utilities, they control building permits, building codes, all that stuff.
So I want to introduce a national civil rights, social justice leader, Reverend Lennox Yearwood.
When Katrina hit New Orleans, 1,833 people lost their lives. I couldn't be in New Orleans in 2004, but I can be in Hampton Roads, Norfolk, and I can be right here, right now, talking to you about what we can do as a community to combat this climate crisis. That's what this is about.
Thank you for coming into this space, all of you, and for wanting to, just connect with us and know who we are and know our part of the story. We get a little piece of heaven every day, but it's a lot of hard work. And now I will add to it, and heartache.
I will come back out and rebuild as many times as anything is destroyed, but some things you cannot get back. The craziest part about the whole thing is, even though it's nature, there are things that man can do. If little old us with a little old half-acre garden could grow tomatoes that takes carbon out of the air, why isn't that happening everywhere in communities like ours?
As a community, we are not using our voices as much as we should. And we have a lot of issues that need to be solved. And if we really stood up and try to fix those a little bit more, then we could see the changes that we want to happen.
I actually moved closer to downtown Norfolk. I'm literally in downtown Norfolk. I'm very sad because things that I grew up with, I can't go there anymore and reminisce about it. If this is happening in your community, change it, do something about it, speak up, you have a voice.
I encourage anybody that feels any type of way about this revitalization project or how things are going. We, the people of Norfolk, we hold a lot of power. If we educate ourselves in that matter, a lot of these things can change. It's strength in numbers.
Let's go get it. So make sure and vote, vote, vote. I get a light depend on it because the light does depend on it. This coming Tuesday, and they keep organizing and mobilizing and energizing. Do all you can do for the next 12 months to make sure that the people are first. Somebody make some noise. All power to the people. Thank you.
I don't know about you, but I'm fired up. Y'all fired up?
Possible, and I can stop talking because the person I'm looking for has just walked in the room. But I love the cast. I love the people that's in the movie and in the documentary, and we're grateful. Go down that way, come around. And I'm grateful for all of them. Right now, I'm gonna get off the mic and let the person who's supposed to come up here, our Associate Senior Director for Think 100%, Everything Climate for the Hip Hop Caucus. She's gonna take us into the next phase of this night, but thank you very much. Bring it up for Jasmine.
Hello, everybody. Did you enjoy the film? Yes. Okay, I want to hear from one person in the room, what impacted you the most about this film that you just watched? Wanda Sykes, okay, period. That's all we need. Retweet. Thank y'all so much for coming to be with us, to spend time with us. We try to do everything we can at the Hip Hop Caucus to show the love that we have for this work, not only in the products that we make, in the way that we show up in the community, but creating moments like this where we create community amongst one another. So you're a part of that community now. You're stuck with us. That's what we like to tell people every single time you come into one of these moments. And so this film is more than just about talking about community. It's about showing people the issues at hand that is across the nation. Because one thing about climate change is that climate does not care about your zip code. And so one thing that we have to relate to every single person that not only watches the film but enters the work of the Hip Hop Caucus is that if it can be this community, it can be your community. It can be anybody's community. And so we are at a crisis and a pivotal moment, and we don't have any more time. So one thing that we like to announce is that we need to start sharing this message more. We need other people to understand the urgency of these issues and to take action on these issues. And so the Hip Hop Caucus recently launched this week the availability of this film to anyone and everyone that wants to show it in their community. So, starting today, you can do a community screening of this film, whether it's in your house, it's at your bestie's house, whether it's at church, a venue that you want to have it at, it doesn't matter. If your role tonight, if you feel impacted by this film and you also want people to hear this message and to take action on these issues now, sign up today, text screening at 79591. You're going to text screening to 79591. So you're going to text screening to what number? That's what I like to hear. Thank y'all so much for being a part of today.
All right, she's passed me back the mic, and I ain't even on the script for the program tonight. But since I got the mic, Jazz, we're just gonna go ahead. We're gonna bring up our panelists, and we're gonna bring up first our extraordinary moderator for the evening, our CEO and President, Reverend Yearwood. And hopefully I don't forget anybody as I'm not on the script, but we also wanna bring our director of this wonderful film that put it all together, put the sauce and the spice together, our COO, Liz Halfstead. And also somebody that's already standing up, a champion, Brooklyn in the house, Uprose Elizabeth Jean-Pierre. Also, it's two extraordinary people that, I love so dearly. Those that you saw in the film, that was one of the first community groups that we reached out to that was actually in the community, because one of the things about the Hip Hop Caucus, we don't fly in and take over. We walk in and ask permission to be in the community. And we got that permission from Teams with a Purpose and Mama D and my brother Malik. So welcome to the stage. Give it up for them, y'all. So I am going to relinquish this mic and turn it over to Reverend Yearwood. Let's give him another round of applause.
So we're going to start. First of all, did y'all enjoy that? Yeah, that was powerful, right? So I was telling the folks, hopefully we'll be creating more films at Hip Hop Caucus just like that. So let me actually start with Liz, who actually directed this. So shout out to Liz. So Liz, what inspires you to create a film centered around environmental justice in Norfolk? And yeah, that's actually a good start.
Good evening, everyone.
I'm not sure if your mic is on.
Is it on?
There it is, yeah.
Is it good? Is it good?
Yep.
Okay. First, I want to shout out Elijah Kareem, who's our director of photography.
Yeah.
He's why the film was as beautiful as it was, which is phenomenal. And Drew Vo, our editor, who was brilliant.
Yeah.
And a phenomenal group of comedians who wrote some phenomenal scripts for Wanda Sykes. But so many creatives put into this, which goes to your question. Like, I had some master plan and idea of like, oh, this story has to be told. I went into it with I knew exactly what was going to happen. And really the truth of this project is Hip Hop Caucus, we do storytelling, but we do organizing. And in Virginia, the state legislature gets reelected every year, which is, I don't even know how you do annual elections. And so it was 2019, and we were mobilizing voters and working on climate justice as an issue to talk about as we are mobilizing voters, and we were organizing a comedy show, a stand-up comedy show, right in St. Paul at the Addicts Theater, this historic, amazing venue. And we were actually filming some content that was just meant to be interstitials that played in between the stand-up acts. And it was Rev, actually, while he was there with our team working on it, and he called, and he's like, yeah, like, there's a bigger story here. There's a much bigger story here. And we proceeded to make that stand-up special and have those interstitials, but we kept filming, and we kept working on it for a few years. And so the project really, the story emerged out of organizing. We approached the filmmaking with organizing principles, and we're approaching the distribution with organizing principles. And so it wasn't some mastermind thing on my part. It was following the process, and this is where it led us.
Oh, thank you, Liz. I want to give a shout out to Liz too, because the caucus turned 20 years. And Liz has been with the Hip Hop Caucus for 18 years. So that's such an important element. I want to flip to this side I actually think there's, everybody on stage was a star, so to speak. And they just jumped off the screen. Obviously, Ahmadi and Malik, obviously Wanda. But when I've gone around to the screenings, the one thing people who just kind of just feel is obviously Elizabeth Yampere. It's just that sage, that wisdom. And so I just want to ask you this question here. Environmental justice often intersects with racial and socioeconomic issues. So how do you think we should be highlighting these intersections, not only in this film, but beyond? And why is it important for us to address them?
Ashe, everyone.
Sure.
Modubwe. First, thank you for having me here on stage with you and being in community with you. And those of you who are not from here, welcome to New York City, to the belly of the beast. I'm here from Brooklyn. So happy to be in this space with you today. You know, when I talk about environmental justice and its genesis of where it started, I often talk about how it started in the slave quarters, that it started with the extraction of our land, our labor, our bodies, when we were first put in positions where we had little access to good food, no health care, when our ancestors really had to engage in doing everything necessary to survive. And so people like talking about climate change like it started in the Industrial Revolution, but I think that environmental racism started back then, back when literally our bodies, where we came through the mid-Atlantic trade, and the imbalance of our ecosystems begins there. So when you talk about environmental justice, people, environmentalists, climate activists, are really conveniently talking about it in a very siloed way. We've always talked about where we live, pray, play, where we do all the things that we need to do to survive and thrive. And so it's deeply intersectional. It is multidimensional in the sense that we need to deal with it from every aspect, from faith, from our traditions that honored Mother Earth, from our respect of our ancestral knowledge that really has been about living literally in balance. And so where we are today is dealing with it the same way, right? We don't get to choose between fighting against extreme weather events or fighting against extreme policing. Literally, our right to breathe is what's at stake. My family from the South Bronx, from the Boogie Down, the birth of hip hop, to Brooklyn, to the BK, I've had my parents both die, one from lung cancer and the other one from an asthma attack. And I had a bilateral pulmonary embolism where I got to the hospital with 5 minutes to spare. And the only thing that I have in common with all these folks is that I was born and raised in an EJ community. So it means we need to think about health. It means that when we're thinking about the future, we need to think about climate adaptation, mitigation, and resilience, and how that becomes a path for a green economy. It means that we need to think about education and creating popular education so our people are able to learn all the different disciplines that are necessary to address this complex crisis that was put on us. And so there's no other way of thinking about it. I don't know if I've answered your question, but I wanted to make sure that we understand that this was something that was imposed on us and something that we're dealing with, that we have solutions, and that the path to climate justice is local. And so I want to thank all of you for being here and you for the opportunity for giving me the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I guess when you come to a screening, you're supposed to get some fun facts, right? You're supposed to get things that, you don't quite see in the film. And so I'm a very spiritual person. And in my faith, I believe that, you have to have something to pull on besides yourself. I don't think you can do this work if you are pulling on yourself, because you become bitter, jaded, and cynical. So one of the things, coming from Louisiana and New Orleans, was one of the fun facts was, and you don't hear this, but you're going to hear it now, is that after, one of the reasons I wanted to make sure, as Liz said, to do this film was I had, in New Orleans, my Mama D. And so Mama D, who lived on Dergewan Street in the 7th Ward, was an amazing person. Now, I gotta say this, if you see a picture of Mama D from New Orleans, and you see a picture now of Mama D from Norfolk, they literally look like the same person. I mean, beautiful, great dreadlocks, same shape, same demeanor, almost like twins. And the reason that struck me is because Mama D, when the storm was coming, did not leave. And she could have. She was the first woman to lead the NAACP in New Orleans. She could have left the community, but she refused to leave, primarily because her neighborhood had a lot of senior citizens who lived in that part of the 7th Ward. And the reason I bring this up is because when Hurricane Katrina hit, the unthinkable began to happen. Mama D began to see a number of these senior citizens floating down the street. And so Mama D and her son will go out there and catch her neighbors and tie them to the tree. And when they asked her, Mama D, why did you risk and you would that? Because she said, those are my neighbors. I could not allow them just to float away. And so in that inspired me so much, because I realized it's the power of this black woman who was literally tying her and going through something we should never go through, tying your neighbors to a tree because of the climate crisis. So when I got to Norfolk and they said there's a Mama D, and then I looked at her, it looked just like my Mama D. And I was just stunned by that. And I told her that. And then finally, I didn't show her a picture of Mama D for a while. I let filming take place. And then in that scene you saw there where she's crying is when I finally revealed to her the picture of Mama D from New Orleans. And then she looked at it and said, it looked like her. But the spirit of that powerful black woman willing to sacrifice themselves is literally the same person you see on the stage, Mama D. So, Mama D, I guess with that, what is the message you hope that viewers take from seeing this film?
Thank you so much, Rev, for those words and for connecting me to your Mama D. Her picture's on my refrigerator right next to my mother's, and those two look even more like than I to her, so I know we're family. I hope I answer your question, but this is the third time I get to see it. This is my third screening, and each time it hits me in a different way. And today, when I watched it, and when you spoke about how people from our community will develop land and will put their sweat and blood and talent and everything into creating something to hold our community up, to feed our community, to clean the pollution from the air, to prevent the flooding, which is what we have done and what Malik, as a, I don't know, you almost got 20 years in, but as a 11-year-old was when he said he wanted that space to make that garden, and now sitting here as a young man that's passing it forward to other young people. In that moment, I really thought about what you said is true, and I didn't realize that when you interviewed me, and I'm so proud of the work we've all done. But now I'm seeing the government, the city, we have the lease and we have a process, and for the first times, now it's way more developed than what is in the film. And now, and we have more trees, it's just more beautiful, but we did this. And now, instead of coming through us to use the space, it was a community-led thing. Well, this is really our land, so we can, and so the realization that this work, this climate justice work that we came to organically to give us what we needed in the moment through the voice of a young person, I see so much more profoundly the connection to poverty and racism, and like that I never felt used in that situation. I always felt like we were ahead of the game because we were creating something for us. Our young people were showing who they are and what they can do. We were changing the environment and being the example, and the plan was to get that land for us. And in this moment, I'm having another reality that we have to confront, but I'm certain with the young people that are taking the lead in our organization now, I'm stepping down as the leader and they're stepping up because that's the way the process should work, that they will help fight the fight to keep the land for the people who built it. And the film really tells so many stories. And for me in this moment, that was what landed on me the most, that hearing you say those words and me realizing that that is happening. Because the first time I heard it, I thought that is happening to someone else, but we're getting this land. And now I'm seeing, no, you develop and we will take.
Yeah, please. I'm sure you want to respond to that.
When I was a young woman and we were fighting, against the bombing of Vieques, which is an archipelago of Puerto Rico, and we were here in the United States fighting the bombing of Vieques, I would ask, and these were my mentors, these were young lords and Black Panthers that were training me, right? I said, so what's the plan B when we win? And they weren't listening to me because I was a woman, I was young, I was cute, all the reasons why you would marginalize a young woman. And I said, but what's the plan B when we win? And they focused on the winning. And the thing that happened, and I knew it was going to happen, fast forward, is we win, and developers drop into Vieques. They start developing the island. A bunch of white folks move into Vieques and have meetings without the native people who live there. My husband likes to say that we are the tree shakers and the privileged are the jelly makers. And so whenever we are doing anything that has to do with reclamation, reclaiming the land, reclaiming what we have a right to have, we need to always have a plan B. Because
what they do is based on how they value our lives. And so our lives have always been put there to build, to create, to fix, to clean, to do that stuff, so that other people can take advantage of our labor.
Amazing, amazing. Testing 1, 2. So, Malik, I guess really, I mean, Teams with a Purpose, but also you. I mean, you have an interesting role because of the garden. You just heard Mama D. There's an ending in this which goes into, you make it quite clear that if this is happening in your community, you know, make sure you take control. After now, you've seen this film a couple of times as well. What are your thoughts? And also, I just want to say to you, man, one, you're looking sharper than the Board of Health. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But it actually is funny because I always get a kick out of seeing these films to see people kind of, when you see the film, and kind of grow up before your eyes a little bit in that little short time. And so it's just a blessing to see you just, you know, in this. So what are your thoughts?
Well, thoughts about the film? I love it. I love that we get to see the perspective of the people who are in the situations. A lot of films, documentaries, talking about our people don't talk to our people, so I appreciate it. Hearing from the actual people, from the community members saying what's going on, how can we fix it, what I've been going through, because it's us, so we should talk about us and tell our narrative. And yeah, so I appreciate the film for giving us the voice, the power to tell our narrative, to say what's going on. Yeah. Also, it gives young people a way to see how things can be different, because the film is done so beautifully, with the jokes and the interviews and everything, but it's also giving us a lesson. It's also showing us the message, and that's what I do at Teens with a Purpose all day. That's my job, to make sure our young people know how to use their voice, how they use their voice, use their talents to create change. So I'm glad that the film is showing them and giving them another example as well.
No, thank you. Give it up. Give it up. No. That's when that's called a mic drop. When you have that reaction, you get used to it. You just actually drop the mic. So I want to just thank everybody. I want to ask Liz to just one last thing as Liz to close us out on this. I want to first of all thank you all for coming tonight. Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause. And I want to let you know that the screenings are very important. Please show this film over the particularly this next October. Show it. It's out there for you to show it. And we want our people to be transformed. Liz, I want to ask you this as a final question. When I came into the movement, so good to see other folks who are here, have been around for a while. Documentaries and production was almost like an add-on. What's next for the caucus in regards to creating content? And that's our last question, so take us out. Testing 1, 2.
What's next for the caucus is getting the mics to work, one step at a time. So storytelling to build power through narrative, right, is not new to movement building, but the way that we tell stories now in everyday life through video to feature film and everything in between is vastly different than it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, or in our previous movements. And at the Caucus, we've been producing content, producing films, podcasts, music, all these sorts of things. We've also been working on influencing the entertainment industry and influencing Hollywood on the types of storytelling that they do. And that's important work also. But I've recently come to the conclusion, will that work to try and influence the entertainment industry and how they tell stories, what the stories are that they tell and those sorts of things from a climate justice perspective is essential. The traditional process of filmmaking is built on a fundamentally flawed and problematic approach. And I actually think the answer is less to try and convince the film industry to figure out how to tell responsible, true, real stories. And it's to empower organizers to become filmmakers. And in that way, filmmaking, ways of filmmaking to be, as I opened with, grounded in organizing principles first and foremost. And then we get the stories that we need and we get the stories that we want. So I think that's part of what's next for the Caucus. I also think, I don't know why this is coming to me, but I'm a big believer in stupid is as stupid does. Good is as good does. Evil is as evil does. And in that way, everyone has a choice every single day and every single moment to either be a part of the problem or be a part of the solution. And watching this film tonight after like the bazillionth time and knowing the election that we have coming up and seeing all the different folks in the film playing their roles, doing their jobs, the jobs that they're elected to do, the jobs that they sit in city government for, all these sorts of things. Good is as good does, evil is as evil does. And it's a choice every single day. And that's why we have to be so aware of who we're electing, but even more so aware of what they're doing after we elect them. And I'm excited about the next film content projects the Caucus does, but I also want to make sure this film gets such a deep and profound life, and that the conversations in this film go far and wide. And I think that's also like what we're focused on right now and what has to happen.
Thank you. Thank you. I was going through every single mic. Thank you all so much. Saturday, please join us in Brooklyn. Hold on. Let us know where we got to go.
So the cool thing about this film is that in the midst of despair, there was joy, there was laughter. And so that is a segue to what is happening in Brooklyn on Saturday, September 28th at 2 p.m. at Pier 4, 58th Street in Sunset Park, where we're going to have Bombayo, Sonido Costeño, Taina Sili, Flaco Navaja, and M1 from Dead Prez on the stage. And we're going to have a bunch of activities. It's called Climate Justice Lives Here, because climate justice lives in community. And if you want some flyers, Anicia, raise your hand. We got Terrence, we got Rico over here, and they've got all the lit so that I could see you Saturday in Brooklyn, because we're going to close down Climate Week by reminding all these people who flew in that it happens in the hood. So, gracias.
See you on Saturday. Thank you for coming out.